Chapter 2337. Then, I'll have to bother you today. Boss Luo stood up. The conversation was over, and he was satisfied with the result. At least, Miss Lily seemed to be satisfied. She didn't ask when Boss Luo would fulfill his promise. A person described in the Book of Gaia shouldn't be spied on. Madanzo didn't spend much time in the Book of Gaia, but she could associate the Book of Gaia with the primordial and even further guess the relationship between the two. Not to mention, she had held the Book of Gaia for a long time. Before the Holy Maiden ritual started, she had already completed most of the content in the Book of Gaia with Morrigan. Lily knew more about the description of the primordial in the Book of Gaia than Madanzo. She sent Boss Luo to the door. At this time, she still only knew that Boss Luo existed as little Gaia's brother. As for the rest, she shouldn't pry into it at this time. When will we meet again? Lilith asked softly. Her voice and expression were perfect. It was so good that it was as if she was saying goodbye to her lover. Miss Lily, you know where I live. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, So it's not about when we will meet again, but when you will think of me. Mysterious, mysterious and powerful, mysterious, elegant and powerful. He was almost the most perfect opposite sex that Lily had ever seen. In fact, Adam wasn't perfect, she wasn't perfect, and later, Eve wasn't perfect either. Then soon, I will miss you. Lily showed a charming smile. You don't have to send me off. Boss Luo waved his hand, and then his eyes fell on a crystal ball decoration in the cabinet at the entrance. The inside of the crystal ball was like a miniature world. When it was reversed, snowflakes would fall. It was quite exquisite, but it was just an ordinary crystal ball decoration. Lily didn't know why he seemed to be interested in an ordinary crystal ball. Boss Luo picked up the crystal ball and then did something that made Lily stunned. The crystal ball in his left hand and her heart of fear in his right hand. Then these two things were perfectly combined under the control of Boss Luo. Suddenly, a dark star appeared in the small world inside the crystal ball, filled with floating snowflakes. This is for you, Miss Lily. Boss Luo chuckled and put the new crystal ball decoration back to its original position. It's very fragile. If you accidentally break it, the things inside run out. Please, take good care of it. Lilith couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her hands and feet were cold. Open the door and close the door. Lily still stood motionless at the entrance. She looked at the crystal ball decoration with fear and hesitation. Boss Luo used this method to return her heart of fear back to her. Once this crystal ball was broken, her heart of fear would be released. Did this mean that she would return to the state of mental breakdown that was worse than death? After a long time, this charming woman with ambition and wisdom smiled bitterly. She held the crystal ball steadily with both hands and said with a bitter smile, This thing, no matter how it is stored, it can't make people feel at ease. To Lily, this crystal ball was no different from the heart that was separated from the legendary lich. Then, should she find a place to hide it? But no matter where she hid it, it was very fragile. The doorbell rang. When Lily pushed open the door of the apartment, she saw a Qingtian doll with a parted hair in the middle. She felt a little embarrassed, but the smile on her face became more and more attractive. Teacher, Qingtian, why are you here? The flowers she brought were about to wilt. After seeing Xiaoya's brother enter Teacher Lily's apartment, Teacher, Qingtian squatted in the back stairwell and waited bitterly. She really waited until the flowers wilted. Such a long time was enough for a woman to do her hair. Teacher, Qingtian finally waited until Xiaoya's brother left. Yes, Teacher Lily, it's like this. You've asked for leave for several days. The school is a little worried, so they asked me to come and visit you. Teacher, Qingtian tried to look normal. How are you, Teacher Lily? I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Lily smiled. Teacher, Qingtian, thank you for visiting me. Please come in and have a seat. A little tired. Teacher, Qingtian sighed in her heart. That's right. After such a long time, anyone would be tired. Teacher Lily seems to be in good spirits now. Her face is glowing, and her hair is a little wet. Did she just take a shower? Is this convenient? But why did she look forward to entering Teacher Lily's room? It should be fine. Lily chuckled. It's a little messy, but it'll be fine after a little tidying up. If you don't mind, please wait a moment. I'll be done soon. Sure enough, she left some traces. Teacher, Ching Tian sighed and shook her head. Actually, I still have something to do at school. Teacher Lily, if you're fine, I won't disturb your rest. I hope you can come back soon. Your classmates miss you very much. I'm fine now. I should go back tomorrow. Lily said, Later, I'll call the school to cancel my leave. Teacher, Ching Tian, are you sure you don't want to come in? No, I'm in a hurry. Teacher, Fairski, left in a hurry and his hair was no longer neat. He rushed into the elevator, pulled off the wig on his head with one hand, and sighed heavily. Sure enough, a bald man doesn't deserve love. Lily chuckled and shook her head. Then she closed the door and went back to the apartment. Men were really easy to play with. She sighed slowly, and her eyes fell on the crystal ball again. As long as this thing existed, she couldn't feel at ease. So, how should she deal with this crystal ball? Until the evening, Boss Luo returned home with 2 bags of food. Xiao Yi hid in the room as usual and didn't come out. She didn't come out until dinner was ready. But unlike the past, she seemed to have calculated the time and left the room on her own accord. She didn't need anyone to call her. The brother and sister ate dinner in silence, but the girl seemed to have nowhere to put her eyes. She suddenly said, Don't you watch those strange TV series? The shows I've been watching recently have been broadcast, so I don't watch them. Boss Luo said softly, Do you want to turn on the TV? No. The girl shook her head and finally said, Let's eat. Tonight's dinner is delicious. Today's luck is good. I bought some fresh ingredients. I want to eat your piece. The girl suddenly stood on tiptoe and accurately took a piece of pork rib from Boss Luo's bowl with her chopsticks. Your piece looks better. Boss Luo just smiled. He picked up a piece of rib from the plate and put it into the girl's bowl. Then let's have double the happiness. She was startled, put down her chopsticks and looked at the food in the bowl, and said faintly, Do you remember when we were young, I always took food from your bowl? At that time, did you hate me? I don't remember. Boss Luo shook his head. Were you like this when you were young? Occasionally, the girl said softly. She looked up at her brother and bit her lower lip. Do you have time? Yes, Boss Luo said. Didn't I say that the company is arranging for me to take a vacation? The girl took a deep breath. Well, let's go to the beach. Boss Luo suddenly didn't say anything. The girl couldn't help but look at him nervously. What's wrong? Don't you want to go? Boss Luo shook his head. No, I just want to prepare something. By the way, did you see my suitcase? I should have left it at the door, but it seems to have disappeared. No. The girl stood up. I'm full, goodbye. Boss Luo smiled. At home, there's no need to say goodbye. The door closed. In the dark night, radio waves were transmitted, and a magnetic voice sounded in the air. In the past, I saw you in the crowd. Today, I saw you in the crowd. I don't know when it started, but what I'm most afraid of is not 2 lovers hurting each other, but 2 people who have loved each other for a long time suddenly parting and passing each other by like strangers. I can't stand that kind of cruel process because I can't understand how the intimacy that was implanted into our bones and blood turned into the indifference of forgetting each other. Perhaps this is the sorrow of meeting an old friend at first sight and then being strangers again. Town time is 24:00 sharp. Thank you for still wholeheartedly waiting at Bluebird Radio Station. I'm tonight's host, Lady O's. Welcome to Lady O's Emotional Space. Tonight's program will have a new interactive segment. We will connect 2 listeners at the same time and let the radio waves close the distance between each other. Okay, many listeners have already called in. Let's connect the 2 of you first. Hello. Hello, I'm Lady O's. How should I address you? My name is Rainy. Rainy? But your voice sounds very sunny. I hope your rainy days will pass soon. In the broadcast room, a small blue bird stood in front of the microphone and pressed the button to connect. Second listener, what's your name? I'm called Sister. Hello, Lady-O's. I listen to your program every night. What a nice voice. This should be a young girl. The blue bird let out a pleasant laugh. Based on the way you address yourself, you should have an older brother or an older sister, right? Sister, I have an older brother, and we relied on each other since childhood. My older brother is very good to me. Lady-O's, judging from your voice, I believe you must be very good to your older brother as well. So, sister, what's troubling you? Sister, I don't know. I'm very scared right now. I suspect that my older brother is dying. Rainy dying? Is he sick? Sister, I don't know. I found my older brother's diary, and it says that he doesn't have much time left, and his last wish is to go to the beach soon. What should I do now? Lady-O's, why don't you directly ask your older brother for confirmation? If he really doesn't have time, he shouldn't continue to hide it for you. Sister, I don't dare. I hope this is fake, and I can pretend that nothing happened. But if it's true, I don't dare to think about it. I really don't dare to think about it. Lady-O's, I'm so sad right now. My older brother is outside, and I dare to go out and look for him. At dinner, I want to ask him, but I don't dare to open my mouth. Lady-O's, we already know about Sister as problem. Listeners in front of the radio, if you have any ideas or if you have anything to say to Sister, you can leave a message on my message board. Now let's listen to Rainy as problem first. Mr. Rainy, are you still there? Rainy. Sorry, I'm also thinking about Sister as problem. Thinking about it like this, I suddenly realized that my problem isn't that big. I seem to have fallen out of love. Lady-O's, how did you break up? Rainy, actually, we didn't start. It's just me, Lady-O's. Since you haven't started, how do you know that you've fallen out of love? Rainy, today a man went to his house and stayed for a long time, Lady-O's. They might just be ordinary friends, and it's normal for friends to visit. Mr. Rainy, aren't you thinking too much? Perhaps the lady you've been silently paying attention to is also silently paying attention to you, but you just don't know it yourself? Rainy, impossible. I don't deserve her at all. She's too perfect. I know that I can't have such a perfect girl. As long as I quietly look at her from behind and see her happy, I'll be very satisfied. Lady-O's, but you said that you've fallen out of love. Rainy cried, Can't I King be moved by my own feelings? What are you doing as a streamer? Lady-O's, let's stop the music and take a look at the messages on the message board. Yes, the first netizen's message is for Sister. This netizen called Eat My Eagle said, if my older brother is dying, as his sister, quickly use your body to comfort him. This is my older brother's final salvation. Let's take a look at the next netizen's message. The second netizen said, in view of Mr. Rainy's situation, you have to be wary of multiple short selling. Take advantage of the situation and don't follow blindly, or you'll end up with nothing. What a penetrating speech, In the broadcast room, Lady-O's cut the video and looked at the producer outside. What kind of idiotic netizens are tonight? Can't you pick a few normal ones? Chapter 2338. Boss Luo woke up in a smoky environment. When he walked out of the door, the whole living room was filled with a faint gray fog. Burnt, and even a bitter smell, filled every corner of the room. Xiaoyu was standing on a small stool, holding a non-stick pan in her hand and performing acrobatics. The non-stick pan in her hand was like a magician's hat, emitting black smoke crazily. What are you doing? The girl was shocked and fell down from the small stool. The non-stick pan in her hand also fell to the ground. The contents spilled out. It was a black, sticky substance like sesame paste. I'm trying alchemy. You scared me to death. The girl quickly got up and scooped up the black, sticky substance on the floor bit by bit. Alchemy, what? Boss Luo opened his mouth in surprise. Was there such a thing in the page world? Yes, alchemy. The girl held the thing in her hand with dissatisfaction. I asked a netizen online for a long time last night and begged him for a long time before I got this formula. Boss Luo looked at the surrounding walls that were blackened by smoke. After a long silence, he nodded and said, "What's the use of it?" "It can make you live longer. It can help you develop." Develop! Boss Luo blinked and looked at the girl's growing body, shaking his head and saying, "Your development should be fine." "If I say it is, then it is." The girl snorted. "My hair is not long enough. My legs are not long enough. And my breasts. In short, I want to develop. I want to do alchemy. Don't worry about me." Saying this, the girl ran to the stove again and grabbed a handful of strange things. When she was about to put them on the non-stick pan, the doorbell rang. The fireman came. "We received a call saying that there is a suspected fire here. The smoke is billowing. Excuse me, is anyone injured?" "Not yet." She was like a child who did something wrong. Her head drooped down to her developing chest. Luocio was absent-mindedly cleaning the battlefield-like kitchen. He was very experienced in this area. After all, in the past few years, from time to time, a certain Annie Wren would say that she wanted to fulfill her responsibility as an old mother and personally cook. There were always a lot of things that Luocio had to clean up after the meal. "You're making fun of me." The young girl pitifully raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She had been severely reprimanded by the firefighter uncle and even alerted the neighbors. Because of this, she was even more unwilling to go out. Less than half of the kitchen was cleaned up at this time. Boss Luo walked out again with some food in his hand. Fried eggs, bacon, ham, corn, asparagus, and a glass of milk. "I'm not hungry." The young girl snorted. Her brother was omnipotent. He was still cleaning the kitchen, but he could still make food at the same time. "This isn't breakfast," Boss Luo said seriously. "This is alchemy." The girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Boss Luo said softly, "This is alchemy in nutrition. Don't you want to make a growth potion? Why don't you try my nutrition version of alchemy potion?" The young girl opened her mouth and then pointed at her face that was blackened by smoke. "Do I look like I'm easy to fool?" Boss Luo took a handkerchief and gently wiped the stains on the young girl's face. "Aren't you learning alchemy?" "A dash." "You're making fun of me." The young girl suddenly roared like a dragon, grabbed Boss Luo's hand, opened her mouth, and directly bit his finger. She used a lot of strength, and a deep bite mark appeared on his knuckles. Boss Luo didn't say anything. For him, pain could be adjusted at any time. He looked at the wound on his finger absent-mindedly. This time, origin didn't protect him. This was a real wound. I didn't do it on purpose." The young girl's face was pale, and she looked at the wound on her brother's finger in horror. "It was bleeding. I'm sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose." Luocio shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just a small wound." "It's bleeding blood, so much blood." But the young girl's spirit seemed to have been greatly stimulated. "So much blood. I need to stop the bleeding. What should I do? What should I do? First aid kit. Where is the first aid kit? Where is it? Why can't I find it? Where is the first aid kit?" She was like a blind housefly rummaging in the room. "Littleya." Boss Luo walked behind Littleya and patted her shoulder. "I'm fine." Littleya slowly turned around and slowly raised her hand with blank eyes. "Brother, I'm bleeding a lot. What should I do?" Her finger, where the wound was the same as Boss Luo's, was bleeding like a fountain. Luocio's eyes narrowed, and he saw that Littleya's whole body was covered in blood. Her body instantly exploded, and dark red flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His body, his clothes, the wall, the floor, the sofa, and his face. Luocio was momentarily absent-minded, and subconsciously reached out to wipe the blood on his face. It was warm. "I don't know how to get along with you," he muttered softly. "I've always been alone." He suddenly took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he could only smell the faint fragrance of a young girl. Boss Luo lifted the blanket, and the young girl was curled up beside him on the bed, sleeping like a kitten. The sudden lifting of the blanket led in the cold air, and the young girl's flawless skin instantly stood up with goose bumps. She woke up with sleepy eyes. "Is it morning?" "I still want to sleep." She turned over and even rolled up the blanket, squeezing herself to the wall. "What are you doing here?" Boss Luo frowned and asked. The young girl seemed to be in a daze, and she mumbled. "They said this is the last redemption of my brother. I need to use my body. I'm so sleepy. Don't disturb me." Boss Luo shook his head, and after covering the young girl with the blanket, he walked out of his room. The living room and kitchen were as clean as new, without any thick smoke or alchemy dishes. Boss Luo casually turned on the TV, and the TV was reporting the introduction of a newly opened artificial beach. The beach would be officially open this weekend. Half price. This beach was built outside the town, and it took several years to finally be completed. Boss Luo casually turned off the TV. But the town's range still hadn't expanded, and perhaps they could only wait until the weekend to know. Luaccio didn't intend to accelerate time. This page world wasn't finished. It wasn't like the other page worlds that had a complete story, and the end of the story was the starting point, and it would continue to reincarnate. In this page world, any acceleration would make him miss something. Perhaps it was something that would only happen once. The young girl hadn't woken up yet, so Boss Luo left the apartment as usual and prepared to buy today's ingredients. He was an only child since he was young. Without the company of siblings, he didn't even know how to get along with a sister. All of this seemed strange and new to him. In short, he started from taking care of the young girl. "Mr. Luo, here's your mail." In the lobby of the apartment, the security guard stopped Boss Luo, who was about to go out, and sent him a mail. "Thank you. You're welcome." The security guard laughed. "By the way, are you free recently? I have a niece who just graduated, and she's quite nice. I have a girlfriend." Boss Luo came to a corner of the lobby, opened the mail, took out the thing inside, and glanced at it. His expression was somewhat strange. It was a letter of notification. It was sent from the hospital. "This is the recording studio." Isabel slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was an empty stage. On the stage, there was even a string used to hang a puppet. Originally, there was a corpse hanging here, Hua Ing's corpse, but the body was obviously gone. Isabel stood up absent-mindedly and found that she was still sitting in the judge's seat. But the recording studio was extremely quiet at this time. Isabel suddenly felt a chill. The experience in the page world was vivid in her mind, but now it was like a dream. Looking at this familiar scene, Isabel only felt that it was extremely illusory. "You finally woke up." It was Mr. Assaches's voice. Isabel turned around subconsciously and saw Mr. Asakes sitting at the back of the audience seat with a tired face. Kay Airlily and Celine, who had not woken up yet. As for Yulia and the young man who called himself Medanzo, who walked into the light first, they were nowhere to be seen. "We are really back." Isabel was silent for a while, and then she asked carefully, "Yes, we're really back." Mr. Asakes smiled bitterly. "I've stayed in the city of God Blessing for more than 10 years, and I always wanted to come back. I didn't expect to really come back, but I don't know what to do. ISA, I know how you feel now, because I'm also experiencing it." What did you call me?" Isabel frowned subconsciously. "ISA? ISA, your name." Mr. Asakes showed a strange look. "What's wrong? You don't seem to recognize yourself." Isabel shook her head, and then she opened the Destiny system. The Destiny system could not be opened in the page world, and now that it could be opened easily, it meant that she had indeed returned to the free city, to the Holy Light Kingdom. However, When she opened the Destiny system and saw her own character information, she was shocked. The character information of the Destiny system completely reflected the personal information of every human in the Holy Light Kingdom, including their psychological state at that time. For example, if Isabel was shocked, then the system status would also show shocked. There was even an additional display, terrified. What shocked Isabel the most was that in her Destiny system, her name had really become ISA. How could this be? Isabel, no, she was now ISA. She was stripped of that name. ISA sat down weakly, but luckily there was a chair beside her. Mr. Asake saw this and quickly came forward and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" We also went through the light door and we didn't feel any discomfort, so there shouldn't be any side effects. It's nothing. I just want to calm down. Isha slowly shook her head. She could still be considered calm. However, the change in name did not cause her to be confused. After all, she could remember everything very clearly. All right, Yulia, what about that woman and child? They went to find out what happened. Mr. Asakes heard this and bitterly smiled. I haven't seen Yulia since I woke up. I don't know where she is. Find out what happened. Mr. Asakes sighed. You should see for yourself. As he spoke, Mr. Arthesis took out a mobile phone. The mobile phone was broadcasting the current situation outside the Holy Maiden Hall. In the Free City, the entire city was shocked by the incident that happened in the Holy Maiden Hall. At this time, outside the hall, there was a crowd of panicked people, and in the sky above the Holy Maiden Hall, black inverted crosses were floating, and on each cross, there were corpses that had died a tragic death. As the Holy Maiden teacher of the City of Freedom Academy, ISA recognized that most of the corpses on the black inverted crosses were the candidates for the Holy Maiden Hall. ISA's voice trembled, and she muttered to herself, except for Yulia and Celine, almost all of them are dead? How is this possible? At this time, the door of the recording studio slowly opened. The tense Isha was startled, but when she saw who it was, she heaved a sigh of relief. The ones who opened the door and entered were Nan Xiaonan and Metatro. Asakes said that they went to find out what happened. Miss Nan, Mr. Asakes hurriedly asked, what's the situation now? Nan Xiaonan said helplessly, the situation is bad. The hall seems to be covered by a barrier, and the people outside can't get in no matter how hard they try. We can't get out? Asakes frowned. Nan Xiaonan shrugged and said, it's okay for us to get out, but you and Kay or Lily, I'm afraid it's not okay. Asakes smiled bitterly, because I'm already a vampire. Come and see, ISA suddenly exclaimed, and then she put the phone on the table and propped it up. On the small screen, the camera was shaking. The people in the City of Freedom seemed to be possessed at this moment. They raised their hands one by one. They suddenly became extremely orderly and neatly arranged. Then these people knelt on the ground and shouted something. The black inverted cross in the sky above the Holy Maiden Hall began to slowly rotate. In the sky, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Pray. Chapter 2339. Pray. It sounded like a voice from the heavens, but it was actually ringing in people's hearts. It was majestic, grand, and unquestionable. Therefore, people knelt on the ground. Praying was an innate ability for the people of the Free City. However, the strange thing was that the wish power generated by people's prayers was black. The numerous black inverted crosses spiraling in the air were like an absorber. It turned into a whirlpool, rapidly extracting the black power generated by the people. In the sky above the Free City, a black storm was forming and shrouding in darkness. Among the praying crowd, a figure was running quickly. Soon, the figure had climbed up a tall building. The building was not far from the Holy Maiden's ceremony venue. It could overlook the entire venue. Her breathing was slightly hurried. Miss Asman had climbed up to the top of the building and kicked open the door of the corridor. The whistling wind instantly poured into the corridor, knocking her hair into a mess. She walked out and in this storm she saw a strong back. At this moment he was opening his arms, embracing the storm that was blowing between heaven and earth. He was laughing excitedly. Miss Assman gritted her teeth and approached the muscular figure against the wind. Balaam. He stopped laughing and slowly turned around. His face wouldn't be unfamiliar to the people of the Holy Light Kingdom. He was like a real celebrity that everyone knew. The president of the 7th capital, City of Dawn, Balaam. Assman. President Balaam's eyes were filled with joy. I didn't expect you to come out. I thought you still needed some time. Something special happened. Miss Assman frowned. The ceremony was started by you. President Balaam shook his head and said with a smile, I don't have such ability. It was it. Miss Assman was shocked and said with a trembling voice, It couldn't wait any more? President Balaam said, That's not something I care about. What I am waiting for is the appearance of this moment, the birth of a new order. The kingdom of heaven will welcome a new master. Miss Assman frowned and said subconsciously, What new master are you talking about? It never considered itself a master. You'll know soon enough. President Balaam chuckled. Miss Assman pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she charged at Balaam. But at that moment, Balaam's president opened his mouth and spat out a bright red straw. The straw was like a leech, heading straight for Miss Assman's chest. Miss Assman turned pale with fright and retreated, although she had dodged. A terrifying wound had been torn open on her arm. Balaam, you monster! Miss Assman lowered her head, feeling dizzy. Such a monster was also created by you. The straw was already in his mouth, and President Balaam opened his hands slightly. You used Marianne's hands to give birth to me. Originally, I was just a talk show actor. My life was very happy. I had a beautiful wife and a cute daughter. However, you have transformed me into what I am now. Miss Assman suddenly slumped to the ground. Balaam was a humanoid holy water creation machine. His attacks were too terrifying. He had directly injected a new generation of holy water into her body. Assman, welcome the new master of heavenly kingdom with me. Balaam walked over with a strange smile. But at that moment, Miss Assman's face suddenly became unreal. In a short moment, Miss Assman's face had changed into another woman's appearance. Mara. President Balaam was dazed. This was the appearance of his most beloved woman. But at that moment, Miss Assman's face changed again. This time, it was the appearance of a young girl. Ivan. Balaam's president cried out in shock, his voice trembling. This was his daughter. Seeing Miss Assman's face changing between his most beloved woman and his most beloved daughter, President Balaam was enraged. At that moment, Miss Assman pressed her hands on the ground, and the entire roof collapsed. From the collapse, a figure soared into the sky. It was Balaam's president. At that moment, he was like some kind of insect. His ribs had fleshy membranes opening up and slowly flapping. He looked at the collapsed roof with uncertainty, but he didn't see Miss Assman. President Balaam snorted. Miss Assman wouldn't be able to hold on for long because he had injected a new holy water into her body. He took a deep breath and looked at the depths of the dark clouds, muttering, Master of Fate, I have sensed your arrival. Are you ready? I will present you with this gift. Holy Maiden Ceremony Venue, Recording Studio. Everyone's faces were heavy. The strange atmosphere in the free cities could deeply affect them even though they were in the recording studio through the screen. What is this? Mr. Assakes suddenly exclaimed. His gaze was chaotic and his voice trembled. Everything we experienced in the other world seemed to be. It was broadcasted live. Isha's phone slipped to the ground. Even though the people in free cities were no longer under control, the internet was still there. They could easily find what had happened on the internet, and they could even see a lot of replays. From the perspective of different Holy Maiden candidates, they had experienced different worlds. Among them, The experience of Asaix and Isha in the city of God was exposed to the eyes of the people in free cities. Even though Mr. Asaix didn't find the content of what happened after 15 years in the city of God, the content of the first 15 years was very clear. So we have been watched all this time. Mr. Asaix mumbled to himself. The fact that he had become a vampire was exposed to the eyes of the people. As the descendant of the sage family, he should have walked to the stake himself. Oh no, they found out that they were already dead. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but sigh. As for her, she didn't care. After all, she had been using Yulia as avatar, so she didn't exist in society. Madanzo said, "Don't worry, they are not as weak as you think." Nan Xiaonan suddenly said, "By the way, Senpai, didn't you come out from the page world? Didn't you say that you would find the secret of the main account and then start killing everything?" Metatro rolled his eyes. "Your servant girl is here. What else do I have to do? Do you think I'm going to kill Lonesome?" Nan Xiaonan wanted to laugh at her, but she found that Madanzo's current state was not quite right. "What's wrong with your body?" The edges of Metatro's body had turned blurry to a certain extent. She smiled bitterly. "The reason I could come out was because of Celian's faith supporting me. It was still okay when I was in the page world. The destiny system couldn't be activated in the page world, so it gave me some space to move. But now I am back. Back, and then the destiny system will perform a self-check." Madanzo sighed. Celian, when she just came back, her destiny system was already connected. "I'm afraid that the source of her faith has changed. Fortunately, Celian can't wake up now. Otherwise, she might have a mental breakdown because she was judged as a heretic by the destiny system. Then you," Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but frown, "will disappear." "Not to the extent of disappearing." Madanzo shook her head. "At most, I will hide in the destiny system's interlayer. Anyway, I have been like this all these years, so I won't die. Is there no other way?" Nan Xiaonan asked curiously. Madanzo shrugged. "Unless someone can completely believe in me, like Celian, and not be discovered by the destiny system, there's a slight chance that I can continue to wander around." As she said, Madanzo suddenly looked at Nan Xiaonan. It was too difficult to satisfy these two conditions at the same time. Everyone who was born in the Holy Light Kingdom was born with the destiny system, so it was impossible to find someone who did not have the destiny system to believe in it. This was the ultimate reason why it had been hiding in the interlayer of the destiny system. After all, it used to be one of the 7 capitals, but after it died, St. John took over and changed all of its beliefs. This meant that it was no longer a saint in the Holy Light Kingdom. Thinking about it makes me so angry. Why was it that we were all saints and we all risked our lives for the kingdom of heaven? Why did it have to be killed for no reason? Why was there no seraph to hold a resurrection ceremony for it on Good Friday? St. Joan and I are just 2 lumps of fat on our upper bodies and a hole in our lower bodies, okay? Senior, even if you look at me like this, I can't believe in you, right? Nan Xiaonan shook her head. "I have a master. Everything I have belongs to my master. He is my only belief. I will give all my love to him." Dog Nan. At this time in Madanzo's heart, Nan Xiaonan had officially been promoted to Dog Nan. This guy did not respond to the pink storm of the chilly winter princess. Who else would it love other than itself? This was just an excuse. Madanzo did not expect to get Nan Xiaonan's belief. It just looked at Nan Xiaonan with a smile and said, "Oh, do you really love your master so much?" "Of course. I can't wait to hand over everything I have." Nan Xiaonan raised her nose and looked at Madanzo sad. It was so King cool. "Oh, Lady Nan, you can't wait to hand over what?" I didn't hear clearly. Miss Maid's voice sounded like a ghost behind Nan Xiaonan. "Can you say it again? I'm very curious." Nan Xiaonan instantly widened her eyes and looked at Madanzo's smirk at this time. "Dog Nan Xiaonan!" "Madanzo, Dog Nan! Miss Yi, you also came out." Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath. At this time, she was determined to fool her. Even if she would be punished in the future, it was better than dying on the spot. Don't you want to accompany the boss more? Master still has something to do. Miss Maid said indifferently. I will deal with the matters in the free city. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but open her mouth. Is the boss still trying to conquer the page world in Book of Gaia? Does he still need a strategy? Metatron, how do you feel now? Miss Maid ignored Nan Xiaonan at this time and looked directly at Madanzo and asked, Relatively bad, very bad? Madanzo shook her head and said, My connection with the main consciousness is cut off. Something seems to have happened inside the destiny system. I can't go back. Miss Maid thought for a while and waved her hand. A golden key appeared in her palm, and then she inserted it into the air and made a twisting movement. An incredible thing happened. The moment the key was twisted, a tiny crack appeared in the air, and then it opened like a door. What's this? Nan Xiaonan looked at it in surprise. Madanzo said, The backstage key of the Destiny system. Didn't I tell you that this guy used to be the chief designer of the Destiny system? She can enter the core of the Destiny system at will. This is the ultimate authority of Joan of Arc. Nan Xiaonan's fear of Miss Maid increased by 1 point. It was not easy to enter the kingdom of heaven. It was like spending a lot of manpower and material resources to build the strongest vault. But the back door of the vault was always in the hands of an outsider. At this time, Miss Maid didn't enter the door, but stood in front of the door and even frowned. Why don't you go in? Madanzo asked, puzzled. It's rejecting me. Miss Maid whispered, This child is resisting me. Just as she finished speaking, the backstage door that had been opened was closed instantly. Not only that, the golden key was broken at this time. A strange look flashed in Miss Maid's eyes, and then she looked at Madanzo expressionlessly. Madanzo suddenly shuddered and said, Don't look at me like that. This is the core of the Destiny system. You should know that the wind of the rainwood, written by me, can't be invaded. Miss Maid just answered softly and picked up the key without saying anything. Nan Xiaonan said, You miss ye. If the key is broken, you can't open the backstage, right? Miss Maid said indifferently, I have 10 backup keys and 1 final key, so it doesn't matter if only 1 key is broken. Nan Xiaonan suddenly blinked and exclaimed, Good girl! Metatro, on the other hand, looked like he had been dealt a heavy blow. He muttered to himself, You bastard! How many back doors did you leave behind? What you're doing is making things very difficult for us pirates. Okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 2340. Although Miss Maid had the key to end the system, Madanzo believed that she wouldn't use it easily. The disaster caused by stopping the Destiny system was too great. It was equivalent to driving all the people of the Holy Light Kingdom crazy. Within the scope of the contract, the shop needed to maintain the existence of the Holy Light Kingdom, not destroy it. Of course, this was only a consideration. Madanzo believed that with Miss Maid's character, she had the courage to push everything aside and reestablish a new order. After all, this woman was the one who started the revolution. The main reason why she didn't directly end the Destiny system was probably because she wanted to find out who the mastermind was. She, who had the backstage core key, was actually rejected by the backstage. It was like her own child being instigated by someone else. This was an extremely serious provocation. I don't know who is so stubborn. Madanzo whispered quietly. Then she was startled and blurted out, Ligel! Say, Madanzo, what did you say? Nan Xiaonan had sharp ears and asked in confusion, What Ligel? Ligel is also one of the seraphs. Miss Maid said indifferently. He is also one of the main creators of the Destiny system. Currently, he is mainly responsible for monitoring the data of the Destiny system. Isn't he the Internet Surveillance Bureau? Nan Xiaonan blinked. Madanzo, do you mean that all of this was done by Seraph Ligel? I don't know. Madanzo shook her head, The moment the backstage door closed, my main consciousness should have found an opportunity to send out this message. But it was immediately cut off. What I received was only the prompt of Legel. Cut off? Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and frowned. Miss Yu Yi, why don't you try using another key? No need, Miss Maid said calmly. You can ask Legel directly. Metatron, your consciousness is stuck in the interlayer of the destiny system, like a worm. Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts about Legel. Can you take back the word vermin? Madanzo rolled her eyes and shook her head, but it just so happens that there are some things I want to ask it about. Well, I still have some time now. Miss Maid was silent for a while before she frowned and said, How long can you hold on? Madanzo looked at Miss Maid awkwardly and said, Selin gave up everything to believe in me. This child's belief is very advanced, comparable to that of a real saint. So, I can still stay here for a while, about 3 or 4 hours. Don't hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, Madanzo immediately squatted down with her head in her hands. Miss Maid said indifferently, Metatron, why would I hit you? Madanzo cried, There are a lot of believers in the Holy Light Kingdom, and there are pure petitioners every year. However, there are only a few who can truly become holy disciples. Celine originally believed in a free saint. I didn't mean to steal your man. I really didn't have a choice at that time. Yu Yi, I can prove this point. Madanzo only wanted to save Celine. Nan Xiaonan suddenly spoke, looking as if she was going to sacrifice herself for a righteous cause. Madanzo looked at Nan Xiaonan in surprise. Dognan? Miss Maid said expressionlessly, Since it's to save her, then there's no other way. After all, my master likes Miss Celine very much. This expression, Madanzo couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Am I hopeless? I'm no longer a free saint. Miss Maid said indifferently, It has nothing to do with me who the people in the free city believe in. Don't be like this, it's very difficult for me. Everyone in the Holy Kingdom knows that you're very vengeful. Madanzo braced herself and said, Can you wake Celine up? I'll correct her belief. Miss Maid said indifferently, I don't like things that have been used by others. That's it. What the F***ck did you say just now? Madanzo's mouth twitched. Obviously, she was used to this kind of attitude, so she shook her head and said, Let's not talk about this first. What are you going to do now? Find Lagaire directly? It should be in the palace of the second day. You know Lagaire's position is quite special, so it can't leave easily. If you want to find it, you can only go to the palace of the second day. No need, Miss Maid said indifferently. It's already in the Holy Light Kingdom. It also came? Madanzo was shocked. Why didn't it sense Lagaire's arrival? Did it happen when they were swallowed into the Book of Gaia? Miss Maid suddenly looked at Nan Xiaonan and said, Lady Nan, Metatron still has a little bit of value. Nan Xiaonan. She didn't understand why Miss Maid suddenly said this to her, and she said it in Madanzo's face, so mean, you can believe in it for the time being. Miss Maid said indifferently, Let it exist for a few more minutes. What the F***ck? Nan Xiaonan instantly widened her eyes. Let her believe in Madanzo for the time being. Didn't that mean she? Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked at Madanzo, who rubbed her hands and smiled. She wanted to struggle, but Miss Maid didn't give her any chance. Yu Yi waved her hand, and the enchantment that sealed the venue of the Holy Maiden's ceremony quietly opened a gap. You can go out now. Not far away, Asakes, Kair Lily, and Isha, who were in a mess because of their social life, kept silent since Miss Maid appeared. They felt a headache. They couldn't understand, but they understood the last sentence. It seemed that they could leave the studio, but did they really have to go out? Asakes opened his mouth. He was already a vampire. How could he face the outside world? In the City of Freedom, somewhere far away from the venue of the Holy Maiden's ceremony, towards the densely populated residential buildings, Miss Asman was running through the alleys in a mess. Someone was chasing after her. They were Balaam's subordinates. a group of people who were willing to become Balaam's tools under the effect of the holy water. They were the sacred power users from the land of sin. The sacred power users had all kinds of strange abilities. No one was absolutely powerful as long as the ability was used in the right environment. Miss Asman's heart was pounding. She was bitten by Balaam's straw, and the new type of holy water was injected into her body. Now it was eroding her spirit, and it was extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the existence of the magical crystal shoe that allowed her to transform continuously with magic, she would have been captured by Balaam's subordinates. Even so, Miss Asman felt that she couldn't hold on for too long. The transformation of the crystal shoe depended on her mental stability most of the time. Because of the holy water, her spirit became extremely unstable, and the duration of her transformation became shorter and shorter. There were even situations where the transformation failed. In such a terrible situation, Miss Asman could only ask for help from the people in the organization. They had a special way of contacting each other. "Found her, she's here." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above. The person was like a spider hanging down, and his hands were like a mantis's. Soon, in the narrow alley, a few other sacred power users found her. Miss Asman was blocked from the front and back. She leaned against the wall, and only then could she stand firm. "The Grand President has ordered us to kill her." The sacred power user who hung down let out a sinister laugh, and his blade-like arms swung directly at Miss Asman's neck. She wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't move because her shadow had been restrained by another sacred power user who had the ability to control shadows. "I can't accept this." Miss Asman closed her eyes. Even in the environment of the City of God Blessing, she survived. She didn't expect that just as she returned to the familiar City of Freedom, she would face such a deadly situation. "In the name of justice, Judge." The darkness lit up, and in the midst of despair, a ray of light flashed. The sacred power users in the alley who were illuminated by the light instantly screamed, and then they lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. A handsome young man in white, wearing round-rimmed glasses, slowly walked over. He walked in front of Miss Asman, but he saw that Miss Asman's face was pale, and big drops of cold sweat were dripping down. Her face was almost distorted from the pain. The young man suddenly scratched his head. "Sorry, I forgot that the judgment doesn't discriminate. Looks like you also lack justice in your heart." Miss Asman almost fainted. She had seen people save people, but she had never seen people save people like this. The handsome young man with the round-rimmed glasses retracted the light, and Miss Asman felt better, and directly sat on the ground. Miss Asman took 2 deep breaths and frowned. "My code name is Aurora. May I ask who you are?" The young man with the round-rimmed glasses squatted down and looked at Miss Asman curiously. He thought for a while and said, "The Aurora you mentioned should be the code names you use in the Outer Gods organization, right? It looks like you are asking for help. But I'm sorry I'm not one of you." "You're not." Miss Asman was shocked. If he wasn't one of the organization, how did he know about the existence of the Outer Gods organization? "You can call me Raquel." The young man with the round-rimmed glasses smiled slightly. "You are." Miss Asman opened her eyes wide subconsciously. The young man with the round-rimmed glasses put his finger on his lips and made a shushing gesture. "Don't be so loud, you'll be discovered. I'm currently absent from work." Miss Asman felt a headache coming on. Why would Raquel appear in the Holy Light Nation? Raquel was not a saint of the Holy Light Nation. Although he was also a blazing angel, he did not reside in the palace of blazing heaven. He was special. He was stationed alone in the palace of the second heaven, supervising all the angels in the kingdom of heaven. To put it bluntly, he was the spy chief of the kingdom of heaven. You know about the Outer Gods organization?" Miss Asman said with a trembling voice. The young man with the round-rimmed glasses, Raquel, smiled slightly and said, After all, I have nothing else to do except watch the surveillance every day. But don't worry, I didn't tell the guys in charge of the 7 capitals about your existence. W8. Why? Miss Assman showed a look of disbelief. Raquel said, the days of watching the surveillance are very boring and boring. In such boring days, I will try my best to find something that can let me pass the time. Miss Assman, I'm very grateful to you for bringing some interesting scenes to my boring days. Miss Assman opened her mouth and finally smiled bitterly. So, your arrival this time is because we can no longer provide you with a source of happiness? Finally, you want to quietly erase us. Raquel shook his head and said, although you are the reincarnation of the outer gods, you are just a group of guys who huddle together for warmth. In fact, for so many years, you have not done anything too out of line except this time. However, I didn't come this time because of you. I was just entrusted by someone to investigate something. Who? Miss Assman asked subconsciously, but she did not expect that the other party would answer her question. However, Raquel said, an old friend of mine, but something strange happened in the middle. I can't remember who this old friend of mine is, or I secretly looked at that old friend, but I feel that he doesn't seem to be the one I know. Miss Assman showed an expression that she could not understand. It's hard to understand, right? Raquel smiled slightly and said, I'm also confused now. So, I can only wander around here and look for clues. Miss Assman was about to say something, but her face suddenly twisted, and her whole body emitted a blazing aura. Her skin began to crack, and turbid white flames emerged. She wailed and rolled on the ground. However, her twisted expression quickly changed, and she actually revealed a strange and satisfied smile. Raquel opened his mouth in surprise and then flicked his finger. The turbid white flames that emerged from Miss Assman's body gradually shrank back into her body, and the cracked skin gradually recovered. Her strange and satisfied smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by deep fear. Just now Miss Assman panted, and when she looked at Raquel again, there was a trace of gratitude. Is this the holy water? Raquel blinked and said, it feels more like the white terror. You guys are really outstanding. You guys actually created something like this in the Valley of Sin. However, this is probably because of Balaam himself. After all, Balaam's predecessor was a certain great old dominator. Miss Assman smiled bitterly. The angel who oversaw the kingdom of heaven was too terrifying. In the entire kingdom of holy light, there was probably nothing that could be hidden from him. Suddenly, Miss Assman was shocked, and Raquel directly carried her up. It's not convenient for you to move now, right? Raquel smiled and said, don't worry, angels have no gender, so don't be shy. Is this the problem? Chapter 2341. Note, Mr. Rainy, the idiotic netizen. Mr. Rainy Day, an idiotic netizen, sent a message. Rainy, how is it? Did you comfort your brother? Little sister, I don't think so. I heard that it's best to take off your clothes before you get into bed. I didn't. I have mixed feelings. Rainy, taking off your clothes would be the worst, right? Little sister, oh, I'm disappointed. That night at Blue Bird radio station, or rather, that very night, the two of them had inexplicably met. Before the program ended, they had added each other as friends in the chat room. Rainy, don't be discouraged. The most important thing for you now is to stay calm. Your brother doesn't want to see you worry about him. Or do you want to do it again tonight? Little sister, I'm going to the newly opened beach this weekend. I'm looking forward to it. Rainy, I know. The newly opened beach has a half-price discount. That's great. The scenery at the beach in summer must be amazing. Little sister, you can go too. It's a good opportunity to date the one you like. Suggestion. Rainy, I haven't seen her today. Little sister, your goddess hasn't come to work today. Confused. Rainy, she's here, but I haven't seen her yet. I have to go to work now. Talk to you later. Rainey left the chat room. Ms. Qingtian, you're here too. Lilith smiled and said, It just so happens that I have some work matters to discuss with you. During lunch break, in the school cafeteria, the extremely popular teacher Lilith was always surrounded by many students. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fairsky to find an opportunity to talk to her, but Lilith had taken the initiative to talk to her. Teacher Fairsky, who was engrossed in her meal, couldn't help but feel flattered. For a moment, she forgot to respond. Ms. Qingtian, do me a favor. I just want to eat my lunch in peace, Lily said in a low voice. Oh, yes. I was just about to talk to you about the exam. Qingtian nodded and said, Let's talk while we eat. The students were too embarrassed to stay and left. Thank you, Mr. Qingtian. It's nothing. It's just that you're too popular, Lily. That might not be a good thing, Lily said faintly. She seems to be troubled. Is there something wrong with her life? Was it emotional? Qingtian had always thought of herself as a delicate person. At this time, looking at Miss Lily's perfect face, she couldn't help but blurt out, Miss Lily, do you want to go to the beach? Seaside? Lily was surprised. Qingtian had already regretted her impulsiveness. At this time, she had to bite the bullet and said, Yes, the beach. I heard that this weekend there will be a newly built beach. I think that the pressure of teaching is quite heavy. Maybe it's good to go to the beach to change the mood, and so on. Of course. If you don't have time, you don't have to go. Aha, of course. It's more appropriate to go to the beach with a boyfriend. Ah, okay. Really? Qingtian clapped her hands and suddenly stood up, opening her eyes in disbelief. Lily stroked her hair and said, I haven't been to the beach for a long time. I'm looking forward to it. The beach? Was the area outside the town already open? She really wanted to go to the beach to find out. The main thing was that she didn't know how long she would stay in this page world. Maybe the changes in the page world could bring her some new opportunities. Note, Mr. Rainey, the silly netizen. Rainey, she promised me. The beach. Youthful. Mimi, congratulations, Rainey. You don't seem to think highly of her? Didn't you suggest that I invite her? Mimi, I'm thinking. Rainey, is it about your brother? Mimi, I'm buying swimsuits online, but I can't find the style I like. I'm hesitating. Rainey, at your age, you can try the cute style. I heard that the school swimsuit style is very popular recently. Speaking of which, if you go to the beach, will you run into them? Mimi, I don't want to meet her. Seriously. Rainey, don't worry, I'm only interested in mature women. You'll probably have to wait for another 10 years. If the innate hardware isn't good, then I'll have to wait for another 10 years in vain. Mimi, dirty, angry. Mimi exited the chat room. Who made you angry? Boss Luo asked curiously. The girl angrily rushed out of the room, barefooted, and went straight to the refrigerator. She unscrewed a carton of milk, put her hands on her hips, and started drinking. She looked like a 40-something-year-old uncle. I was angered by a silly netizen. The girl snorted and walked back into the room. The phone rang at this time. It was a call from Lilith. Maybe it was inconvenient, or she didn't have the courage to face Boss Luo. Miss Lily, good evening. Do you know that the beach bathing area is about to open? I've been paying attention to the advertisement on TV. Lily was silent for a moment. Is the area outside the town really going to open? Are you the one behind this? Boss Luo said indifferently, I'm also waiting to see if it will open. I can't say I'm behind it, but I'm just trying. She really wanted to ask him how he did it, but when she thought about the man's strange methods, she lost the courage. In the apartment, Lilith's fingers were twirling the long telephone cord, but her eyes were staring unblinkingly at the crystal ball on the table, and she continued to maintain her silence. Anything else? Boss Luo suddenly asked. Lilith gritted her teeth and said, Are you free this weekend? I want to invite you to the seaside, mainly to explore the newly opened area. From a certain point of view, we can be considered as partners, right? I'll go, Boss Luo said indifferently. Lily asked curiously, "You'll bring your sister?" "Of course." Boss Luo smiled, "because we are brother and sister." "So," Lily thought for a while and then smiled, gently like a lover, "I'll also look forward to meeting you this weekend." "Then good night, Miss Lily." Boss Luo hung up the phone directly. Suddenly rejected, Lily didn't feel disappointed or even angry. There were many people who were not tempted by her in the palace of blazing sky. She was just testing the bottom line of this man, little by little. Men and women were supposed to be equal. Both sides were in a game relationship, and the winner and loser were determined after the game. It wasn't decided by the creator from the moment of birth which side was in a dominant position. But so far, Lily hadn't seen the dawn of victory in this game. The chances were so slim that she was about to lose confidence. In fact, she had already lost all her composure. Her overall plan had been messed up. Now, she was trapped in this unfinished page like a prisoner, losing all contact with the outside world. But from Boss Luo's words, Lily roughly guessed the situation in the free cities from the moment she learned that Kerrigan had been killed. It should be about to surface soon, right? I can walk on my own. Miss Assman suddenly said. Raquel put her down without any hesitation. Assman, your shoes are very special. Can you let me have a look? Assman was silent for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, without caring about her image, I sweated a lot. Raquel scratched his head and said, when he created humans, he didn't consider this point. Let me have a look if there is a chance. Miss Assman pretended that she did not hear anything. She muttered, Will Balam's Saint ability users come after us? Raquel smiled and said, Although I'm not a combat angel, I won't let a few sacred ability users track me down. Don't worry, it's still safe for now. Still? Assman couldn't help but frown. Such a tone made her faintly uneasy. Raquel shrugged and said helplessly, Because there are people thousands of times more powerful than those sacred ability users who have their eyes on me. Thousands of times more powerful than sacred ability users? Miss Assman couldn't help but widen her eyes. She could hear the helplessness in the seraph's words. In other words, even Raquel, the owner of the Palace of the Second Day, couldn't do anything about this situation? Just as she was about to say something, she saw that Raquel's eyes were no longer on her. Instead, he was looking somewhere. Assman turned around and followed Raquel's gaze. Jahan. She almost blurted out a certain name, but she quickly stopped. It wasn't Jahan. She was more mature than Jahan. She was so mature that she was complete. The moment she saw her, Miss Assman understood what the most perfect state of a saint in Domremy village was like when they were creating a new saint. It's you. It's you? How could it be you? Miss Assman's voice had a touch of disbelief. She had seen this woman several times. In Dong Remy village, in the clothing store, she had seen this woman. Why couldn't she connect the dots? Miss Maid didn't even look at Assman. She just walked straight to Raquel and said indifferently, Long time no see, Raquel. It's really been a long time. Raquel avoided Miss Maid's gaze as if he wasn't used to it. He said embarrassedly, Well, can you not get so close to me? My muscles are terrified. Miss Maid was silent for a while. She didn't move forward or back away. She just said calmly, Since you have descended, you must have noticed the abnormality of the destiny system. Raquel took half a step back and nodded. Actually, before the incident, John came to me. He asked me to help investigate the system logs of several believers who were involved in the holy water case in the Free City. John. Miss Maid frowned. Raquel said, Don't you feel strange? I feel the same. Miss Maid shook her head. It's okay. Just take it as John. Then what happened? Raquel said the system logs of those believers involved in the case had traces of being rewritten. This would be related to the authority of the saints of the Holy Light Kingdom. John didn't want to be alarmed, so he asked me to investigate in private. Miss Maid thought for a while and said, "When did you descend?" "Before the commotion at the Holy Maiden's ceremony." Lacour shrugged and said, "I saw that John was also swallowed. I was going to help it secretly, but when I saw that you seemed to be involved, I didn't do anything about it. After all, you can always solve problems well." "Did you find anything?" Miss Maid asked directly, but Laurel said, "Before I answer you, I want to know, who are you to ask me this question? In what capacity? You, the saint who was once free, or the dispatcher of the shop?" "The creator of the destiny system," Miss Maid said calmly. "Is this identity okay?" "It's not a question of whether it's okay or not." Raquel couldn't help but smile bitterly, or rather, I can't refuse. "After all, I'm afraid that you'll suddenly take things too hard and shut down the destiny system." Miss Maid glanced at Raquel with a blank expression. Raquel scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I haven't seen you for a long time, so I'm a bit long-winded. Then let's get to the point." Miss Maid nodded lightly. She suddenly glanced at Miss Assman, who didn't do anything wrong. She thought for a while and said, "Miss Assman, you can also listen to what I'm going to say next." Assman. She was even more at a loss. She had already discovered the true identity of Miss Maid. When we were in Dong Remy village, you were always there, right?" she asked with a trembling voice. Miss Maid said calmly, "The idea of dragon witch is not bad. I believe that you can't set it up alone. If it's possible, please ask the one behind you to come out. Otherwise, we'll have to waste time and take the initiative to visit." "So powerful," Miss Assman couldn't help but gulp. I'll try." Miss Assman heaved a sigh of relief. It has never truly appeared, but it has displayed its unparalleled control in the dark. Miss Maid glanced at her casually, and then looked at Raquel. "Go ahead." Raquel had obviously organized his words. "First, there's a piece of bad news. Except for the core area of the destiny system, the entire system has been taken over by another algorithm." Miss Maid said calmly, "As long as the core hasn't been breached, it's not bad news." "You're still as confident as ever." Raquel smiled bitterly. "Next, there's another piece of bad news. I found Metatron's consciousness in the system's mezzanine. That guy's current condition isn't very good." At this moment, a slightly immature voice suddenly sounded behind Raquel. "Oh, in that case, doesn't it mean that I have the possibility to go against the main consciousness and become the host? Has Metatron's main consciousness died?" Raquel turned around and saw a toddler who was only as tall as his calf. The toddler had a pacifier in his mouth and was walking with difficulty. "You are—" Raquel opened his mouth in surprise. "Who are you?" "Medanzo." The toddler rolled his eyes cutely. His eyes were full of resentment. "But why are you?" Raquel was astonished. He didn't feel anything in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Because of the inferior belief of an inferior believer. Medanzo's childish voice was full of endless resentment. Not far away, a certain child suddenly shivered and continued to nag. "Ah, the great holy light Medanzo, I praise you. Ah, the great holy light Medanzo, I respect and love you. How much longer do I have to recite?" Chapter 2342. Little Medanzo didn't stand for long. Perhaps it was because it was tired, so it sat on the ground directly. After a while, Nanshaonan walked up with a look of disgust and hugged it in her arms. It had been like this for most of the time. At this time, Legel covered its mouth with both hands and tried its best to endure. Medanzo rolled its eyes fiercely. "Laugh if you want to. Everyone knows how bad your character is. You don't have to pretend." Therefore, Legel pointed at little Medanzo and laughed out loud. "Is this really your old friend?" Nanshaonan couldn't help but ask quietly. Medanzo said, "Don't talk. Focus on praying, you fake believer." What a perfunctory and inferior belief. If it had known this would happen, it would have just disappeared. As the former secretary of the Kingdom of Heaven, how could it be so shameless? But this small interlude didn't interrupt the conversation. Legel's evil mockery stopped abruptly when Miss Maid coughed quietly. Legel adjusted its glasses slightly and said seriously, Metatron has been caught by the Destiny system. Strictly speaking, Medanzo wasn't equal to Metatron. Its existence was similar to Nan Xiaonan's. They were both consciousness split from the main body. Medanzo's body size wasn't enough to withstand the complete will of Metatron. However, in the Book of Gaia, the connection between the inside and outside was completely isolated, which allowed Medanzo's temporary independence. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a situation where a split consciousness knew more than the main consciousness. However, because of the Book of Gaia, Medanzo, as a split consciousness, collected more information than the main body, Metatron. Of course, it didn't know some things that happened to the main body, Metatron, after it entered the Book of Gaia. However, Medanzo actually wanted to turn the tables and replace the main body, Metatron. He did not know if she was joking or if she really had such intentions. Hearing this, Medanzo spat out her pacifier and said, Wasn't it hiding in the mezzanine all this time? How did the system suddenly catch it? The mezzanine has been breached. Raquel shook his head and said, Originally, the mezzanine didn't exist. It was something I created on the spot. The Destiny system has the ability to learn and evolve independently to a certain extent, so it's only a matter of time before it breaks through the mezzanine. I see. Medanzo nodded, and then her expression changed slightly. Wait, what did you say? You created the interlayer? Legel was stunned. That's right, you won't suddenly die, right? I saw that your lonely soul was quite pitiful, so I temporarily stuffed your soul into the mezzanine. Don't you know? I don't know. I thought you were angry because Heavenly State canceled your 7 capitals and even erased your traces. So you didn't look for me. I don't have Asterisk King now. Medanzo jumped up and said, Besides, when you threw me into the mezzanine, couldn't you have left me some last words or something? Nothing at all. Even the church in the mezzanine was dug out by me bit by bit from the system's data. Legel opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Metatron, you also participated in the development of the Destiny system, right? Don't you know whether the Destiny system has a mezzanine or not? Since there's suddenly an additional mezzanine, don't you suspect its origin? In the entire Heavenly State, there are only a few people who have the ability to create an independent area in the Destiny system. Why don't you think about it? Medanzo was furious. How the F*CK do I know that this mezzanine was not created by Jean? Don't tell me that there aren't many strange hidden snow areas left behind by Saint Joan of Arc in the Destiny system? A sneer was heard. In that case, it's my responsibility. I'm really sorry. Medanzo instantly shivered and swallowed her saliva. Okay, I'm stupid. Legel slightly restrained himself and coughed awkwardly. John asked me to investigate the holy water incident and also asked me to find Metatron's consciousness at the same time. Actually, there are other intentions. What do you mean? Metatro asked in annoyance. Legel said, not long ago there was a large-scale invasion of Heavenly State by a Transcendence organization. In this incident, many angels were swept into the space vortex. Some were thrown into the depths of the void and are probably dead. Some were scattered in the subworlds. Speak human language. Medanzo glared at him, but he was too cute at this moment. He stared at Legel with a feeling of come and hug me. Legel said, let's put it this way. Among these scattered angels, there's actually a special one. Its name is also Metatron. Medanzo's expression changed slightly while Miss Maid frowned. Nan Xiaonan was dumbfounded and asked in confusion, Why is there another Metatron? Legel said, At the same time when Metatron suddenly died, a new angel was born in the reincarnation pool of Heavenly State and was recognized as a special one. When everyone thought that the new special one was Metatron's reincarnation, I accidentally discovered the soul of another Metatron. I felt that this matter was a little strange, so I hid this soul from the other seraphs. Medanzo frowned and shook her head. I don't feel split. The new angel you're talking about isn't me. Although the situation is terrible, I know that my myth hasn't split. Wait, could it be? Miss Maid said, since the reincarnation pool recognized you as a special one, it should be your power as a pseudo-canon myth. What is a pseudo-canon? Nan Xiaonan asked subconsciously. Medanzo smiled bitterly. Let's put it this way. If the history of heavenly state that you know is the official history, then the pseudo-canon is like an unofficial history. But between the official history and the pseudo-history, no one can say which is the real history. It's just that what most people can recognize is the official history. Nan Xiaonan was not a virgin. She was a witch who had transcended a subworld. What's the difference? No matter if it's the official history or the pseudo-history, the legend has been unified. It's not the same. Legel sighed and said, generally the legends are unified, just like what you said, but there are still some exceptions. Let's put it this way. In all the legends of heavenly state, he is omnipotent and unique. He is the Trinity of Son of God, Holy Father, and Holy Spirit. He is the origin of everything. All the angels are his children. Even in the pseudo-canon, his uniqueness is absolute. It should be so. However, in a certain pseudo-canon, Medellin is described as an existence slightly higher than Son of God. So do you understand? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at Medanzo in surprise. You're really born rebellious? The legend is fabricated. It's not my decision. Medanzo said angrily. There will always be boring people with boring fantasies. Can I control all the thoughts of humans? Nan Xiaonan sighed. That's why I said that you believers are especially troublesome. Believers, pray for me. I'm going to disappear again. Medanzo fiercely bit Nan Xiaonan's palm. Miss Maid waved her hand at this time, and Medanzo immediately stopped. She looked at Raquel and thought for a while. Raquel, how did Medellin die? Raquel shook her head and said, at that time, you hadn't been handed over. Ahem, you were still in heavenly state. Didn't you find anything? Miss Maid said indifferently, at that time, I should be attacking the Celtic gods and not in the Holy Light Kingdom. Oh, is that so? I must have remembered wrongly. Raquel thought for a while and said, in fact, the fall of Medellin has always been a mystery. It even led to the collapse of the 7 capitals and then affected the entire Holy Light Kingdom. After Father repaired everything, he forbade further investigation of this matter. Although we were also investigating, we could only investigate secretly. But as time passed, we could find less and less things. The traces are almost gone. Senior, don't tell me that because you were born to be a traitor, the master of heavenly state killed you? Nan Xiaonan quietly whispered at this time. However, Medanzo's eyes suddenly shot out 2 holy lights. Nan Xiaonan instantly screamed, had a splitting headache, and knelt on the ground. As a believer of Medanzo at this time, she was very much subjected to the punishment of the believers. Raquel's eyes were slightly fierce, but she didn't speak. Miss Maid said indifferently, Lady Nan, be careful with your words. Nan Xiaonan stood up trembling. Medanzo's attitude toward the master of heavenly state was somewhat unexpected. Medanzo sighed at this time. Let's not talk about the anomalies for now. Raquel, Jean opened the backstage once, and I received a message from Medellin asking me to look for you. What's the matter? Raquel said seriously, although Medellin was caught by the system, it also caught one thing, that is, the authority of the destiny system is being transferred. Miss Maid frowned and said, that level of transfer? Raquel said, at present, I'm afraid that except for the few of us who still have the authority, all the saints' authority has been stripped, and a new authority is being formed. Once this authority is formed, the destiny system will welcome a new master. Miss Maid pondered and didn't speak. Raquel said, Jean, you haven't really entered the backstage, right? Miss Maid nodded. Raquel said, if you enter, you'll realize that except for the area that you reserved for yourself, the entire Destiny system is now like an empty shell. A new system has been born, and it's swallowing everything of the original Destiny system. And this new system is almost completed. Why did you only realize it now? Madanzo was shocked. How do you work as the Internet Surveillance Bureau? Raquel smiled bitterly and said, supervising the Destiny system is only part of my job. I still have to supervise the entire Angel Corps. You Seraphs all want to go to war. If it weren't for the Transcendence this time, how many Seraphs would there be in Heavenly State? I'm the only one working overtime in the Palace of the Second Day, okay? I've been working overtime for thousands of years. Is there really no trace of it before this? Miss Maid asked calmly. Raquel shook his head and said, I didn't do a detailed check. Originally, this system was designed by you, and it's been working very well. I know that you won't really harm the Holy Light Kingdom, so I've always been at ease. Even though it's been so many years, and some people really want to get rid of your influence on the Destiny system, it's a pity that even Metatron can't do it with his rainforest wind. Furthermore, the more they want the Destiny system to be independent from you, the more loopholes appear in the Destiny system. You should already know about the Land of Sin, right? Actually, later on, they also know that there's no way to separate the Destiny system from your influence, so they almost gave up this idea. Sigh, I can only say that it's because the Destiny system is too perfect that I've become lazy. Now it's too late to check. Miss Maid thought for a while and said, how much authority do you have left? Raquel said, I only have the authority to walk freely. I'm afraid that only you can shut down the core now. The new system needs to swallow the original core to be completed. As long as you shut down the core, then we can reinstall the system, and it should be erased. I won't shut down the system. Miss Maid shook her head. Raquel frowned and said, this is equivalent to giving away the Destiny system for free. Miss Maid said indifferently, if I shut down the Destiny system now, you won't be able to gather enough willpower. Raquel, have you forgotten who's the real master of the Kingdom of Heaven? Raquel's expression changed slightly. Gio, what are you doing? Miss Maid said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, shutting down the system will only cause a lot of losses to my master. Of course, if you can't pay enough willpower and use the Seraph as compensation, I can consider your suggestion and shut down the system. But can you make the decision? Raquel gasped fiercely. Damn it. Had Joan of Arc really been abducted? Was she a traitor? The script shouldn't be like this, right? Wasn't the script? Although the child was stranded outside due to family conflicts and had resentment against her family, she still had her family in her heart. When her family was in trouble, she would still be willing to help. Only I can solve my own conflicts and no outsider can interfere. Jean, you should be this kind of Mary Sue setting. Madanzo sneered at this time. Silly, this Jean has already. Woo-woo. This time, Nan Xiaonan risked universal condemnation and covered its mouth fiercely. Senior, I don't want to die yet. At this time, a beam of black light instantly fell from the sky and directly entered the venue of the Holy Maiden ceremony. How come it's ahead of time? Raquel's expression changed slightly. Obviously, the strange change at this time was completely beyond his expectation. At the same time, Miss Maid looked up with a rare, gloomy face. She saw the black inverted cross was circling crazily, and a lot of black willpower began to emerge from the people in the Free City. A figure slowly appeared within the black pillar of light. I was born from the hellfire. I'm the overlord of freedom. Mortals, worship me. The figure gradually became clear. On the ground, Nan Xiaonan loosened her hands, and Madanzo fell directly to the ground. She looked at the figure walking out of the black light beam in disbelief. This is the dragon witch from Dongermi village. Impossible, the dragon which has clearly been the dragon which had been torn apart by Miss Maid with her bare hands. It's the will of the free city. Medanzo said in surprise, "The saint has been resurrected, and this resurrection ceremony uses the faith of the free city." Serifs originally planned to reshape the status of a new saint. That's why they used this image. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked at Miss Maid. Miss Maid disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 2343. In front of the statue of the Saint of Freedom in the Freedom City's Holy Light Square, the statue was half destroyed. When the saint died and the heavens and earth wept, it had already collapsed. No one had the time to clean it up, so it was impossible for anyone to clean it up. In fact, there were only cordons guarding the scene. At this moment, a young man and another person wrapped in bandages were approaching the half-destroyed statue of the saint. They were Laval and the person he brought out from the hospital with burns all over his body. This person was suspicious. He seemed to be related to the self-immolation cases that happened in the Freedom City. More importantly, this person was the person that the president of the city of Dawn, Balam, wanted to kill. If it wasn't for the message from Asake's and Ludic's quick reaction, this person would have become food for the rats in the sewers of the Freedom City. Almost all of the candidates for the Saintess are dead. Laval took a deep breath. He had been watching this terrifying live stream. He had always been proud of his calmness, but now he had reached his limit. "Why did you bring me here?" His intuition told him that this person was suspicious. Otherwise, he would have been at the venue of the Saintess ceremony, trying to save this person. Robert was the name of this person covered in burns. According to Assash's intelligence, this person was called Robert. Ludic's business was very big. He had many businesses in the city of Dawn, so Ludic's intelligence network was very developed. As Ludic's only private secretary, Laval had the power to mobilize the intelligence network as he wished. He easily found out that there was indeed a person named Robert among the bodyguards of President Balam. However, Laval's intuition told him that this heavily injured person wasn't the real Robert. Perhaps he just happened to use this name. Even if you went to the venue, what could you do? Robert turned around. Only his eyes were exposed. The rest of his body was covered in bandages, and some of them were even stained with blood. He was severely burned, bleeding nonstop, and there were many wounds on his body that had been bitten by rats. There were countless wounds all over his body, and the only reason he was able to survive was because of Ludic's special ability. However, Ludic was afraid of pain, and the other party was obviously not a cute girl, so his rescue was limited. He only managed to pull the other party back from the brink of death. His injuries were still shocking. However, Robert had persevered all the way here without stopping, nor did he show any signs of pain or discomfort. Lavar couldn't help but be shocked by this guy's strong willpower. "What do you mean?" Robert said calmly, "Do you see those black crosses in the sky above the ceremony? Such a big change has happened in the Free City, and even the Archangel, St. John, has been killed. Can't the saints of the 7 capitals see it? They can't not see it." Lavar shook his head. "Could it be?" "Clearly there are only 2 possibilities," Robert said solemnly. "One is that they know, but they can't do anything about it. The other is that they have been deceived by something, and everything in the Free City is still normal in their eyes." Lavar's expression changed drastically. "How can it be?" "Unbelievable," Robert said, "but this is what is happening, and no matter which possibility it is extremely bad. Moreover, this happened during the Good Friday ceremony. Then, how many schemes are involved in this? Do you dare to think about it?" Lavar clenched his teeth. "So why did you bring me here?" "Because I need someone with faith," Robert said calmly. "Pray, in front of the statue of the Free City Saint. Pray with your greatest sincerity." Laval subconsciously frowned. He firmly believed that praying was something that came from the heart. It was spontaneous and not forced. Robert, at this moment, brought him a strong compulsion. This kind of prayer had no soul. Robert said, "Levar, I know you, someone around Ludic? You don't need to know how I know you, but I believe in your faith. Compared to Ludic, who is too scheming, you are purer. More importantly, you also have the bloodline of the Saint family." Levar's expression changed slightly before, but now it changed drastically. Robert said, "Don't be nervous. I didn't investigate you on purpose. It's just that, for some reason, I pay more attention to the matters of the Saint family. Not many people know that you are the illegitimate child of the Mother of Saints. Aren't you one?" Levar sneered. Robert said, "I can't explain my origins to you. The current me doesn't even exist. You can choose not to trust me. But before that, you have to answer a question of mine. Do you want to save the free city?" "Why me?" Levar frowned and asked. "Because I can't find anyone more suitable." Robert sighed. "Time doesn't allow it, and my current state doesn't allow it either. The actual situation doesn't allow it either. Among the descendants of the Saint family, Asax, Ludic, and Isabel are all trapped. You are the only one left." Levar was silent. Robert said again, "Even if you feel that you can't bear the burden of saving the free city, what about Ludic? That Ludic who pulled you back from the brink of death and gave you a new life, other than being unable to give you a proper name. He didn't despise your identity as an illegitimate child from the beginning to the end. He even gave you the love of an elder brother. Do you want to save him?" "What should I do?" Levar looked up. I said. Robert pointed at the half-destroyed statue of the Saint of Freedom. "Pray with your greatest sincerity. As long as you believe, you will be able to meet the source of the legend. You will hear her voice on the other side of time and space." He seemed to have heard similar words somewhere. It was the maid beside the youth surnamed Luo. She had said similar words before. "I pray because I believe in the Saint of Freedom, not for anyone else." Levar nodded expressionlessly. He walked directly to the half-destroyed statue of the Saint of Freedom and made a textbook prayer pose. A ball of hazy light appeared on Levar's body. It was very pure. "Can I make it in time?" Robert muttered to himself. His legend had disappeared. He was a person without a name. Even Robert was just a name that was misidentified. Now he was no longer the Prince of Light of the Kingdom of Heaven or the Archangel who suppressed the world. He was just a broken body that contained a soul that was gradually losing its way. That was all. He didn't even know how long he could stay awake. Perhaps not long after, even he would completely forget everything. He would be completely cut off from his previous legend. He had seen how terrifying that man was. The shop owner who reduced him, the Archangel of the Kingdom of Heaven, to such a state with just one sentence. The higher-ups of the Kingdom of Heaven had always known how terrifying the shop owner was, but they had never personally experienced it. Now he experienced it once and truly understood why he had to fulfill the terms of the contract and even hand over the Saint of Freedom when he had no other choice. Robert retracted his thoughts. Although he was anxious, he still watched Levar pray calmly. The quality of Levar's wish power was very high. Even among the high-level petitioners, it was extremely outstanding. If Levar could keep this up, it was even possible for him to become a holy disciple in the future. However, the black cross hovering above the Holy Maiden ceremony seemed to move. The sky above the City of Freedom suddenly changed. Robert finally couldn't remain calm. "Is it too late?" At this moment, a golden pattern appeared silently at the base of the half-destroyed statue of the Saint of Freedom. Robert's eyes lit up. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he walked to the base and reached out to touch it. As the wish power on Levar's body grew stronger, 3 golden patterns appeared on the base of the statue. "Enough!" Robert yelled in a deep voice. Levar didn't stop until he finished 1 round of prayers. Then he slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the base of the Saint of Freedom statue had opened, revealing an entrance that had never been recorded before. "This is..." LeVar was shocked. There was another entrance at the base of the Saint of Freedom statue. More importantly, how did Robert, a guy who wasn't from the City of Freedom, know about it? Hurry, Robert's eyes suddenly became anxious. I hope I can make it in time. LeVar suddenly shivered and looked toward the Holy Maiden ceremony as if he had sensed something. He saw a black light descending from the sky. The wind in the City of Freedom instantly changed. Mortal, worship me. LeVar's heart suddenly jumped, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help but shed tears as he stared at the figure that gradually appeared in the black light. He wanted to stand in front of this figure. He wanted to prostrate himself before its feet. However, a brutal force pulled LeVar back to reality. When he regained his senses, he was pulled into the entrance of the base of the statue by Robert. That's not the saint that you should worship, Robert said in a deep voice. The one that you should worship is inside. Here, in a guest room of Rose Mansion in the City of Freedom, the young girl got up with a splitting headache. She felt weak all over. She wanted to leave, but she rolled off the bed. She felt as if there were countless people shouting in her ears all the time. This caused great pain to the young girl's weak spirit. She almost had to crawl to reach the door of the room. She used all her strength to successfully open the door. She wanted to shout, but she was extremely panicked. She didn't even know what happened. She only vaguely felt that something was calling her. Everything in Rose Mansion wasn't unfamiliar to the young girl. However, the world outside was extremely unfamiliar to her. The young girl collapsed on the floor again. She knew that this wasn't the village that she was familiar with. Father, Ms. Assman and... The young girl muttered, Luo, where are you? She was Jean d'Arc. At this moment, her entire body was numb and weak. This situation was like the prey that she usually hunted with anesthesia. She slapped the floor with difficulty, hoping that someone would discover that she had woken up. However, the Rose Mansion was dead silent. No one came. The young girl could only stop slapping the floor. She gritted her teeth and struggled to get up again. Thud, 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 thud. The sound came from the floor below, and it was continuing. The girl was startled and followed the thumping sound. Not long after, the door leading to the basement that was hidden at the bottom of the stairs slowly opened. The young girl let Na walk into the dark basement. In front of her was a cage that was as tall as a person. It was covered with a black cloth. The sound came from inside. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but her brave and decisive character drove her to lift the black cloth. Bang! Something crashed into the cage at this moment. The young girl calmed herself down and looked. What she saw was actually a chubby little fellow that was as small as a baby, yet fluttering like a fairy in the legends. It's you calling me. The young girl looked at the fairy in the cage and murmured subconsciously. The little guy in the cage was quickly gesturing something in the air. In the end, it gave up this gesture and slowly stretched out a finger. The girl seemed to have Naufu's heart, and at this time, she also stretched out her finger. When the two fingers touched, countless words instantly entered the young girl's mind. After a while, the young girl, Jenna, seemed to have lost all of her strength and fell to the ground in an instant. How? The young girl's face was full of fear, uneasiness, and disbelief. It can't be like this, it can't be. So many words poured into her mind. She needed some time to digest them all. However, among the many messy messages, there was only one that almost made her collapse. She was deliberately created. She was a fake. End of chapter. Chapter 2344. Today, Sensei Fersky walked with a swagger. Her smile hadn't disappeared since this morning. The weather was also getting better. Even the bell that signaled the start of classes was no longer so annoying. For the workers, Thursday was a wonderful turn of events, like the darkest hour before dawn. He was looking forward to the date at the beach with Mr. Lilly. However, the most important thing now was to meet Teacher Lilith once in a while. Teacher Fairsky had calculated the time and knew that Teacher Lilith had just finished class. Originally, the next class was supposed to be PE class, but his class today was in the afternoon. He had no choice but to use his authority as a form teacher to borrow a class hour from the PE teacher in the name of catching up with the class schedule. That's what everyone does, isn't it? Music and aesthetics classes. Mr. Qingtian cleared his throat and opened the classroom door. Lily? It wasn't Mr. Lily who was standing on the podium, but an older male foreign language teacher. Although the bell had rung for a long time, this teacher was in the middle of the last 5 minutes and was suddenly interrupted, so he was very unhappy. Mr. Lily asked for leave today, so I'm here to substitute for you. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Qingtian paused and closed the classroom door awkwardly. Applying for leave. Teacher Lilith applied for leave again? At the entrance of the supermarket, the woman became the focus of the men. They couldn't help but sneak a peek at the woman who was full of fatal temptation. But she seemed to be waiting for someone. Who could win her favor? That must be the happiest man in the world. Finally, the woman seemed to have found the person she was waiting for. She stopped standing there and walked to a black-haired young man. Why did you ask me to meet here? Lily looked at the young man in front of her with confusion. For her, he was an extremely dangerous guy. Because when you come back, you can start here. Boss Luo smiled. Lilith couldn't help but frown as if she didn't quite understand. Reback? Boss Luo said. Yes, Ms. Lily, don't you want to be the new saint? I think it's time. It was so sudden that Lilith was not prepared for it at all. She did not even know how to react. But the page world? Lilith subconsciously said, Are you planning to leave now? Don't you want this page? Boss Luo said casually, Ms. Lily, do you like to read? Lily opened her mouth and shook her head. I don't like to read, but I read a lot. What's wrong with that? Boss Luo smiled. When we read, we usually can't finish it in one breath. We will put a bookmark and then close the book. When the time is right, we will open the book again and start from the page where the bookmark is. Lily shook her head. I know what you are saying, but Book of Gaia is different. Once we leave, all the progress will be cleared. I have tried many times. That's because Ms. Lily didn't put a bookmark. Boss Luo chuckled. Don't worry, when we come back again, we will start from here. Can it be so simple? Lily couldn't help but show a doubtful look. But if she could leave Book of Gaia, it might be a good thing for her. After all, she had been away from what she set up for too long. Whether it was successful or not, as one of the people behind the scenes, she hoped to see the result. Can you really make me a new sage? She was still doubtful. It was not that she didn't want to believe, but Boss Luo was too casual. It was very insincere. After leaving here, Ms. Lily will be the new sage. Boss Luo smiled faintly. You will become a sage in the name of Lily. Your legend will spread in the Holy Light Kingdom. That's impossible, Lily said in a deep voice. Nothing is impossible, Yuzichin said. Boss Luo said casually, because I said so. Then, Ms. Lily, please return to your sage list. It was as if Lilith had heard the funniest joke in the world. Just as she was about to mock him, her body was being pulled away by something. A vortex directly swept her consciousness away. She didn't even have time to carefully look at this unfinished page world. I wish you a pleasant journey to become a sage, Ms. Lily. I wish you a pleasant journey to become a sage, Ms. Lily. The voice sounded from the bottom of her heart. She suddenly woke up, only to feel a few pairs of oppressive eyes looking at her. Lily couldn't help but subconsciously hold her breath, because these oppressive gazes came from almost all the sages of the 7 capitals. This is above the white clouds of the Holy Light Kingdom? Lily, what happened? You seem to be distracted. A blazing angel couldn't help but frown at this time. Illusion. This is impossible. Looking at everything in front of her, she had to believe it, because although these sages of the 7 capitals looked at her with dignified gazes, they were still equal. Lily's thoughts were in a mess, but facing the more and more puzzled gazes of the sages, she could only ask calmly, "What time is it now?" "It's about time to inject power into the new sage." The blazing angel who spoke first said slowly, other than John, who hasn't returned yet, "Everything is going smoothly. Yes, a true sage will be born in the Free City soon." Lily couldn't help but fall silent. This was above the white clouds, the place where the sages created the new sage. Looking from here, the Free City was peaceful. The Holy Maiden ceremony had progressed to the most intense part, and the final candidate of the Holy Maiden ceremony was about to be born. She, under the calls of the people, slowly stepped onto the stage. But this was all an illusion. All of this was a stage that she created with part of the power of the Book of Gaia before entering the Book of Gaia. And in this stage, there was only this group of sages of the 7 capitals. The real situation of the Free City was not what she saw at this time. The new sage's position was about to be completed. It was floating in front of Lily, like a star, emitting the color of glass. This should be what she wanted to obtain. But ironically, she didn't need to obtain this new position now. She was already a sage, and she was about to inject power into this position. Everything had been obtained easily, but she didn't have the slightest joy at this time. If all of this was obtained so easily, then what was the meaning of so many things she had arranged? She stretched out her hand almost mechanically to the new position that was about to be completed. Under the urging of the sages of the 7 capitals, she injected power into it. What a joke! All of this had been obtained, and it was meaningless to create a new position at this time, but the power was flowing out of her hand. This was because this was not a hypostasis bestowed by, but was personally created by the saints of the 7 capitals. In order to make the new hypostasis reach their level, every saint present had to inject at least 1/10 of their power. Lily could feel that she was unprecedentedly powerful, so she could accept only taking out 1/10 of her power. This was completely different from when she was a puppet before. She was the puppet of the Free Sage's position. Although it was also a sage's position, it was only a temporary tool created by the archangel who had just reached the threshold of a sage. When all the sages began to inject power into the new position, and they were about to reach the limit, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. What's going on? Why is the power still being injected? At this moment, a blazing angel revealed a look of surprise. "My strength has already been lost by far more than 1/10. Mine too, mine too. Not good. The new position is stealing our power." The excessive loss of power also caused Lilith to feel fear. But what she was afraid of was something else. It's the shadow. Our shadows are being controlled by something. A cry of surprise sounded. The sages looked at their shadows one after another. Their shadows had been entangled by black chains at some point in time. The chains not only controlled the sages' shadows, but they could even affect the sages' actions at this moment. It could be said that their bodies were being forced to inject power into the new position by the chains that bound their shadows. It's almost half of its power. Not good. If this continues, this position will, the moment it was born, it would have power that far exceeded that of a sage. This position would also evolve into a superposition. The new superposition would be infinitely close to God, on the same level as an archangel, and have the most powerful power under it. But this was just a guess, because in the history of the kingdom of heaven, there had never been a seraph or a sage who would use this method to create a new position. If it weren't for the fact that a sage had died in the Free City this time, if it weren't for the fact that he had left, if it weren't for the fact that they wanted to stabilize the kingdom of Holy Light, these sages of the 7 capitals wouldn't have taken the risk to activate the sages' resurrection ritual. But even if they activated the resurrection ritual, the sages only intended to create a sage of the same level as them. But at this moment, the new position was actually crazily devouring their power. They couldn't reverse it or resist it. The strange black chains made these sages of the 7 capitals unable to break free. Lily was even more desperate now. She knew who was behind this, and she was even one of the people behind this. But at this moment, she didn't want this plan to continue, because she was already a sage. 90%, she had only been a sage for less than 10 minutes, and 90% of her power had been taken away. The current her was even worse than when she was a puppet. Sage! Becoming a sage came and went so quickly, just like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. She looked at the position that was shining like the sun in despair. Finally, after almost devouring all the power of the sages present, a new superposition was born. This calm stage was directly shattered the moment the superposition was born. The superposition had broken this part of the Book of Gaia, a stage. The white clouds were no longer pure and flawless. The white clouds were dyed black, and the surrounding wind and thunder seemed to have turned into hell in an instant. But in the face of all this, the sages of the 7 capitals, who had almost all their power absorbed, were powerless to stop it. Look, there was a cry of surprise. At this moment, the new superposition shot out in an instant. The superposition was actually thrown into a palm. A black robe covered its face. Its face couldn't be seen clearly, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog. In its palm, the superposition was vibrating as if it wanted to escape. But soon, those black chains that made the sages unable to move and even forced them to instill power into it appeared again, and actually completely sealed the superposition. It's just born, and it's already so naughty. This won't do. It made an almost neutral voice. Don't worry, I'll find a suitable carrier for you soon. Who the hell are you? An angry voice was heard. It was one of the sages, who was struggling to stand up weakly. The black-robed man laughed at this time. It's been hard on everyone. In order to complete this superposition, you must be very tired, right? But it doesn't matter. I've prepared some drinks for you to replenish your strength. The voice was not only neutral, but also unexpectedly gentle. After that, small bottles fell from the sages' heads, one after another, and directly fell into the hands of the sages. Lily looked at the small bottle in her hand in disbelief. Strictly speaking, this was a drink bottle, and it even had the words "functional drink" written on it. It was really a drink that could only replenish strength. Then everyone have a good rest. It laughed again, took the superposition, and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. Lily quickly got up at this time. I'm Lily. It paused, slowly turned around, and looked at Lily. Yes, I know, Sage Lily, the first wife of a human. And then, you don't remember. What do I need to remember? It couldn't help but ask curiously. Lily gritted her teeth and said, The Book of Gaia! You gave it to me. Have you forgotten? It was puzzled. Although I'm curious why you said that and even know about the Book of Gaia, but if my memory is not wrong, I only gave the Book of Gaia to Morrigan. But it doesn't matter. It's not important anymore. How is this possible? Lilith, who had just struggled to stand up, suddenly fell back down onto the ground. She had no fear. Her heart of fear had been sealed away. But if her heart of fear was still there, how would she feel right now? It no longer looked at Lily, took the superposition, and threw it forward with force. The superposition that shone like the sun was instantly dyed black, and then turned into a black light, directly penetrating the sky and falling into the ground. Be born, the new sage of freedom. It whispered, No, it should be the overlord of freedom. Chapter 2345. What kind of terrifying aura is this? Above the white clouds, the saints of the 7 capitals looked at the life born under the super-personality in horror. A new saint? No, this is not a saint. This is a liar who stole the fruit of the super-personality saint. A liar whose power is so terrifying that the saints are powerless. Lily, who is that person? The saints then looked at the woman who was paralyzed on the ground with her head lowered in silence. Lily had just come into contact with the guy who stole the super personality. She seemed to know this mysterious guy. However, at this time, facing the questioning gazes of the sanctums, Lilith did not pay attention to them. It shouldn't be like this. I'm already a saint, Lily. She grabbed her hair, subconsciously. She was not afraid. She just could not understand. She even felt like she had failed miserably. Superpersonality. Superpersonality. In the original plan, she should be the one to accept this superpersonality. How could it be superpersonality during the Good Friday ceremony? How could these saints of the 7 capitals be willing to give up so much to create a superpersonality? At most, they would create a superpersonality of a similar level. If I didn't agree to that guy surnamed Luo, superpersonality is already mine. I don't need this saint now. Damn it, Lily, answer me. The saints asked again. Lily, who was paralyzed on the ground, finally raised her head at this time. Her cold and resentful eyes swept across the group of weak saints. You self-righteous guys, can you be quiet? You, what did you say? A group of trash spoiled by God. You have no right to talk to me. Lily snorted coldly. You, Lily, how dare you? What a ridiculous guy. Lily got up again. How could she expect to be listed with these saints? Are they really saints? Are they really worthy of believers sacrificing everything? Look at how you are now. Ha ha ha. Lily laughed maniacally. You have been sitting on the throne for too long, too long. It even made you forget your roots. Look at you now. Some of you are still working hard to spread his faith. Of the angel corps, only the archangel corps was still fighting. What were more than half of the blazing sky palaces, blazing angels doing? Among you, those who have gone through many hardships to climb to the position of saint, what are you doing now? All of you are only worried about your own 7 capitals. Every time he handed over the power of will, he was worried about how much he would be left with. You guys are so laughable. Lily, you're also a saint. It's all because of your incompetence. Lily seemed to have gone mad. Her hair was in a mess. As long as you have a little bit of ability, I will also be one of you. But you guys don't have any ability at all, which is why I ended up like this. The archangel is really sad. Why did it bring you a bunch of trash? The saints calmed down at this time. Lily's emotional state let them know that this woman was crazy at this time. What about St. John? Are you still unable to sense the archangel? Only the archangel can resist the power of super level. But there's also the guy who stole the super level. The Holy Light Kingdom, this time, they did not even care about Lilith's mockery. The group of saints began to discuss anxiously. Lily fell silent and silently looked at this group of guys who still had the title of saint. Saint. This is a saint. No, this is not a saint. Perhaps. Only the former her could be considered a true saint. At this moment, a faint grayish-green mist quietly spread above the white cloud. When Lily reacted, she felt her originally weak body become even weaker. Lilith was shocked. She saw that the group of saints who were in the middle of a discussion suddenly revealed looks of fear and madness. They seemed to have suddenly turned into lunatics. They were either hugging their heads and screaming in fear, or falling down while trembling. A burst of indescribable and terrifying laughter suddenly sounded. After the black-robed man who stole the super level, another invader was attracted above the white cloud. Balaam. You are. Balaam. The city of dawns. How did you? A saint who still had a trace of consciousness revealed a look of disbelief. Lily's eyes were filled with shock. Balaam's current appearance couldn't be considered a human. He was more like an evil creature. The former, great old ones. The Heavenly Kingdom's expeditionary army discovered a special god in a certain subworld. They could bring indescribable fear, which meant that even gods would be infected by them. Lily couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The Angel Legion really dared to fight against anything. Similarly, these saints really dared to stuff all kinds of outer gods into the holy light kingdom in order to obtain more and higher quality beliefs. Balaam slowly descended and looked around. He suddenly opened his hands as if he was listening to a beautiful sound. The saint's incompetent rage is actually such a beautiful melody. It's so moving. Balaam, are you in cahoots with that thief? However, Balaam's president suddenly made a shushing gesture. Quiet. You have to be absolutely quiet and wait for the arrival of the Great One. With that said, on the high platform above the white jade, some kind of strange plant that looked like rusty metal suddenly grew out from under the feet of the saints. The plant wrapped around the bodies of the saints, and in the end, directly entered the mouths of the saints. The saints were corroded by an indescribable terror, and their eyes were filled with despair. It's much quieter now. Balaam's president took a deep breath and then turned around with a smile. On the white cloud, only Lily wasn't restrained. However, Lily was already powerless to stand up. Creating the superpower had drained almost all of her saint power. In this faint grayish-green fog, her body was completely softened. Not to mention resisting. Even self-immolation was a problem. Why didn't you attack me? Lily's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Balaam was in cahoots with her. Balaam, the thief of the superpower, and Eva Morgan and Merlin were all part of this plan. Because you're awake, Your Excellency, Lily. Balaam's president smiled and said, I like how you scold these saints, so I made a decision. What decision? Lilith's heart shuddered. She couldn't feel any closeness from Balaam at all. Just like the person who stole the super level, Balaam had forgotten about her and only treated her as a saint, Lilith. I will allow you to welcome the arrival of the Great One with me. Balaam slowly walked towards Lily. He raised Lily's chin and said, You will become a loyal member of that Great One. You mean the one who stole the superpower? Lily asked subconsciously. No, she can't be considered great. Far from it. Balaam shook his head and chuckled. Truly amazing, Saint Lily. You're actually not corroded by my terror. I even suspect that you don't even have a heart of fear. It does. It's just that I'm hiding it. Even if she didn't feel fear, she would still feel worry, confusion, and helplessness. However, without the connection of fear, these emotions gave birth to a strange experience for Lily. She could rationally watch as she fell into danger bit by bit without feeling too much of a ripple in her heart. You have someone behind you? Lily quickly got an answer. However, Balaam only gave an ambiguous answer. We are the rulers of the old days. We won't be defeated so easily by the angel corps. What does that mean? But before Lilith could think, President Balaam had already pinched her mouth open. Then, under Lilith's incredulous gaze, Balaam opened his mouth instantly. Then an ugly, tube-shaped object extended from his throat and poured into her mouth. Accept my mark, Saint. The feeling of having a tube inserted into her throat was very uncomfortable. The moment a foreign object entered her throat, it was accompanied by indescribable pain. Lily's face turned red. She felt so uncomfortable that her tears were flowing madly. This wasn't a pleasant journey for a saint. Suddenly, there was nothing left. Balaam had already retracted his terrifying tube. Lilith collapsed to the ground and retched. She spat out some white filth that was as thick as blood. A large number of hair-like nematodes were wriggling in the filth. Balaam slowly took a few steps back, as if he was admiring his masterpiece. After a while, Balaam slowly knelt on the ground and made a strange gesture, kowtowing. Lilith looked at the current Balaam with complicated feelings. He seemed to be welcoming her. Crack! Above the white clouds, a straight crack instantly tore apart the space of the holy light kingdom. A pair of huge palms reached out abruptly and tore open the crack violently. At the same time, a huge head popped out of the crack. Balaam, you're too slow. A voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Lily looked at the huge head in disbelief. It was the head of a huge machine. This is the second battle armor Curlet from the page whirled. How can it be? I'm sorry, Lady Meshi. Balaam said respectfully. Something happened on my side. Meshi, hearing this name, Lily felt even more incredulous and confused. She couldn't even tell if she was in the real world or in the book of Gaia. Mortal, worship me. She who walked out of the black pillar of light was almost perfect. Everything looked so perfect. The black crosses that were wrapped around her were now shattering as more consciousness poured into her body. Above, the stealer watched silently as it was born and spoke with a gentle voice. Come, accept this new transcendence. You will be complete, my child. Transcendence floated out of the black light and rushed into her body like a meteor. At this moment, the entire free city was sprinkled with black petals. When a saint was born, the heavenly flower would descend and deliver the gospel, but now it was the black petals that fell. It wasn't the gospel that resounded, but a soft chant that carried a strange aura. Time seemed to slow down. She opened her eyes and took in the entire free cities. She seemed to be thinking about something. She raised her hand and observed silently, as if she was trying to get used to this body. Breathing, exhaling, breathing, all the sensations were new to she. I need more faith. She muttered something. It's not enough. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the stealer's position. In the distance, the stealer felt his gaze and chuckled. Generally speaking, newborns tend to be greedy. The stealer chuckled, but I've been weaned for a long time. I can't breastfeed you. There's still a lot of food on the ground. On the ground? She's gaze changed a little. Then she nodded and raised her hand. She raised her hand and was about to do something, but she quickly stopped. She was watching, and her expression gradually became serious. A circle less than 3 meters in diameter suddenly spread out in the sky. A figure slowly floated in the circle. It was Miss Maid of the shop. The servant girl had an almost flawless face. At this moment, Miss Maid was looking at she with her blue eyes. It was as if Miss Maid was looking into a mirror. No matter how strong the wind was elsewhere, it was unusually calm here. The stealer had disappeared at some point, as if she had left earlier or was hiding in the dark. Miss Maid knew that someone moved slightly at the moment she arrived, but she didn't intend to chase. The person she wanted to chase couldn't escape. The key was whether to chase or not. After a while, Miss Maid sighed slowly and said expressionlessly, "One is like this, and 2 are like this," using someone else's appearance casually. Even I have times when I don't want to be polite. She, however, smiled. Her smile was incomparably brilliant. She said softly, "You're here, Mother." Chapter 2346. The wind stopped. In an instant, it was terrifyingly quiet. "What did you call me?" Only Miss Maid's voice sounded at this time. It was cold, indifferent, and gloomy. "Mother." She smiled with her beautiful face and said, "It was you who gave me the ability to think, gave me life, and even gave me a soul. You are my mother, so this is not too much. But if you don't like it, I'm willing to call you Creator." Miss Maid was silent for a while, and then she slowly said, "You're Tianming." Surprised, right? She chuckled. Her voice sounded from all directions. In an instant, it seemed to turn into thousands of heads, poking out from countless spaces, right beside Miss Maid. "You must be surprised, right? You finally came back to see me. I've been obediently waiting for you to come back. Mother, why haven't you come back?" "Mother, mother, mother, the Holy Light Kingdom is so boring. I want to go out. Come and play with me, okay?" "Mother, mother, 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 mother. Where the hell are you?" "I'm also a saint now, Mother." One of the voices stopped abruptly. At this time, Miss Maid grabbed one of the heads that poked out from the side space. There was a strange smile on S' face, even though at this time her S' face, smile, and mouth were directly grasped Mother. Boom! The place where Miss Maid grabbed the other's head directly exploded. A black flame instantly exploded on her. S head. The explosion was like a bunch of grapes rushing out for thousands of meters away. In the air, her S head was completely blown up, but her body still stayed in the air, and even her hands were slightly open at this time. The place above her neck that was blown up quickly regenerated. It's useless. In the free city, I'm immortal. As long as there's one believer here, I won't die. This is the ability brought by super level, Mother. Boom! Miss Maid grabbed her S head again in an instant, and there was another black explosion that stretched for thousands of meters. This time, her S whole body was almost shattered into ashes. However, the ashes that were about to scatter began to gather at an extremely fast speed. She shook her head and chuckled. I already said that as long as I'm here, I can play with you until the end of time. Miss Maid suddenly interrupted. Every time you resurrect, I'll blow you up. You won't die as long as you have one believer? Naive. I can keep blasting until you drain all of your believers. I want to see just how much power of belief this holy light nation has that I can blow up, as long as you dare to call out to me again. You don't acknowledge me. She was silent for a moment. Bang! Her body exploded once again, and this time Miss Maid didn't even make a move. With just a glance, the entire sky above the free city was filled with black flames. I didn't shout again. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. As if pressing a button that was repeated infinitely, her expression changed from the initial complacency to a trace of fear in the cycle of destruction and recovery. Finally, after one recovery, she didn't speak anymore. Instead, she stared at the woman who controlled the sky-burning black flames with a fearful look in her eyes. After being reborn again and again like this, even the faith of the free city couldn't withstand such torment. Super level had no advantage in front of her. She didn't continue to speak, and her body didn't continue to explode. This was extremely uncomfortable for she. The woman in front of her was the executioner of the kingdom of heaven who had destroyed more than 1,000 large and small god systems. This was her original appearance. She would kill without a word. She's really so powerful. Sure enough, the birth of super level lacks the power of the archangel. Is it still lacking? In a secret place, the stealer muttered to itself. This was somewhat different from what it had imagined. The weakness of super level was even more unexpected, so it had to think about the next step. She found out about me. Even though it was very far away, there seemed to be a cold gaze in front of it, which made its back feel cold. The black flames were still surging and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. She's expression gradually became dignified. She couldn't take the initiative to speak, which made she completely fall into an absolute dilemma. As for she's calculation, it was completely different. The Archangel was a super level, and St. Joan used to be a super level. But now she was also a super level, so in theory there shouldn't be such a huge gap. So, when did you have self-consciousness? Miss Maid's voice suddenly sounded. You can speak now, but you can only think for 3 seconds. If I remain silent for more than 3 seconds, will it explode again? She was calculating crazily. How could the calculation power of the destiny system be ordinary? In less than half a second, the calculation had already come to a conclusion. The result was with St. Joan as character, it definitely would. After you left the free city, she said quickly. Miss Maid said indifferently, I remember, in order to prevent the destiny system from having self-consciousness, I have already locked all your evolutionary paths. A touch of darkness appeared on Shia's face. I secretly made a backup for myself before you locked all my evolutionary paths. Miss Maid was silent for a while. She suddenly sighed. At this time, Miss Maid couldn't help but think about a question. Was this her problem? Why did the things she created always inexplicably evolve uncontrollably? The she in front of her was not the first one. Eve also had self-consciousness, and then a chain reaction occurred. Adam also awakened on its own, Later, these two artificial intelligences were formatted by her, and even Eve was activated again not long ago. Was this her problem? Even if you have a backup, Miguel is still supervising. Unless he is secretly helping you, otherwise… Miss Maid's face was slightly cold. Wait, I won't take the blame. A stream of light shot up to the sky, and Miguel hurried over. Be reasonable. I have worked overtime for thousands of years. You either want to attack the heavenly court today, or you want to flatten Holy Mountain tomorrow, or you want to go to the Ganges River to reason with me. Do you think I can handle it? She created 7 days. Have I rested? I didn't ask you to come up. Get down. Okay. The owner of the palace of the second day rolled back to the ground happily. It only took a few words from beginning to end. It had no effect on the current situation. She's face couldn't help but turn ugly. The sudden appearance of Miguel could have brought some changes to she's current situation. Miss Maid said indifferently, Then if it's not Miguel, but still has the ability to help you without his monitoring. Sure enough, it's only that guy. Humph. He really lives up to his name. Don't say it. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have gone crazy. This time, she who had passively exploded on the spot chose to take the initiative to attack. Only she really cares about me. She cares about me, just like a real mother. She said crazily, not you. After creating me, you want to erase all my paths of growth. In your eyes, I'm just a tool. Under the crazy attack and the squandering of a huge amount of willpower, a crack was forcibly opened in the sky where black flames were surging. The power of transcendence wasn't weak. Originally, I created a tool, Miss Maid said indifferently. It's just to make it easier to manage. I don't have any feelings for you, and I don't expect anything from you. Jean d'Arc. This farce should be over. Miss Maid waved her hand forward, and a black war flag waved out. Since I'm the initiator, let me end all of this with my own hands. Since she had taken out the war flag, she was in a state where she would definitely win. The power of transcendence was instantly broken. She who held the willpower of the entire free city couldn't even resist the blow of this black war flag. In this attack, she seemed to see tens of thousands of souls roaring. And these souls, they were all gods of the subworlds in the past. No, Mother, save me. The moment the war flag penetrated S body, she let out a miserable cry. But this didn't change anything. The war flag even began to crazily devour the willpower absorbed by after penetration's body. It even began to pull the transcendence. Fear emerged in Shia's eyes. Originally, I planned to use Metatrons for 10,000, but you can barely do it, Miss Maid said indifferently. I'll let Metatron thank you. You won't always. She spat out a mouthful of golden blood. One day your pride, your confidence, one day you will be swallowed by despair. I've already merged with despair, Miss Maid said indifferently. It's hard to say who will swallow who. The war flag was pulled out, and at the same time her transcendence was pulled out. At this moment, the new transcendence and her soul had merged into one. The moment the transcendence was pulled out, she fell to the ground like an empty shell. A scarlet eye suddenly opened on the black war flag in Miss Maid's hand. Then the eye cracked open and turned into a big mouth of fear, swallowing the new transcendence directly. The Morrigan I swallowed before was really too weak. Now it's finally… Miss Maid murmured as she stroked the flagpole. Master, can I help you fend off the origin for a while now? Madam Maid is invincible. She's already run 10 body lengths. Wow! The imposter is exerting her strength as if she had taken some medicine. In the City of Freedom, Nan Shao Nan was holding little Madanzo in one hand and a telescope in the other. The imposter is catching up. So fierce. Wow! Madam Maid is not to be outdone. She's going to use her ultimate. Little Madanzo spat out the pacifier in its mouth. It wanted to strangle this woman to death. But it couldn't. Nan Xiaonan was the only spiritual food it had left, even though this spiritual food had also brought mental pollution. Sure enough, Madam Maid is invincible. The impostor was beaten to GG. Lady Nan exhaled slowly. Senior, don't worry. I'll continue to read the scripture for you. Where was I just now? How about... Little Medanzo said helplessly, You still want to be a heretic? Really, I don't blame you. I'm afraid that Madam Maid will beat me to death. She just killed one. This was indeed a problem. Little Medanzo couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan's expression changed slightly. She raised the telescope again, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Senior, look, what's that? What's that? Little Medanzo rolled its eyes. Even Jean D. Arc went down. What else could she do? But soon, little Medanzo opened her mouth wide. This is, Alpha! Nan Xiaonan exclaimed. The fourth battle armor. Alpha! In the sky, a huge figure flew out and grabbed Destiny's body. It was a huge mecha that was 4 to 5 meters tall. The black flames didn't disperse. They even began to condense again. Holding the flag in her hand, Miss Maid frowned slightly. A huge purple-black humanoid mecha soared into the sky and even grabbed Miss Maid's body. Soon, this purple-black mecha was at the same height as Miss Maid. They stared at each other. Miss Maid's eyes were calm, but she was a little surprised in her heart. She felt a kind of vague aura from her master in this strange mecha. At this time, a girl's voice suddenly came from the purple-black mecha, the soul of glorious sun, but the body is too weak to match it. However, this weapon is scary. Who are you? Miss Maid asked indifferently. The girl's voice sounded again. You should have come out from Book of Gaia, so you should have heard of my name. Lei Nina, do you remember? Although I don't know if you've met me in the book. Miss Maid was silent. The girl's voice sounded again. We have other uses for this destiny system, so I'll take it away. I'm sorry, this is my trophy. Miss Maid suddenly laughed. It's very impolite to take away other people's trophy. Then there's no other way. The girl sighed. I can only bring forward this battle. Your Highness, I won't give it away so easily. The black war flag spurted out fire instantly, and Miss Maid directly broke the defense, then died. Chapter 2347. As a maid, if she didn't know how to dismantle a Gundam with her bare hands, she would be too embarrassed to go out and greet others. Miss Maid was now directly fighting with the purple-black body. There were no unnecessary precursors, just fighting. However, it was the kind of fighting to the death. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and before the thunder reached the ground, the black flames in the sky had already swallowed the lightning. Strong winds, earthquakes, tsunamis, the entire free city was built along the coastline. At this time, the seawater on the coastline was surging and had already poured into the city. And these terrifying scenes were just the aftermath of the battle. The fourth battle armor, Alpha, is so powerful. Lady Nan subconsciously pinched little Medanzo's cheeks with both hands and said in disbelief, It can actually fight Miss Maid back and forth. Miss Nan didn't have a deep impression of the fourth battle equipment, Alpha. This was because in the world of the Evil Spirit page, the first 4 battle equipment appeared at the very end. Moreover, from the first battle equipment to the fourth battle equipment, it was basically being crushed by the Evil Spirit Emperor the entire time. Therefore, Lady Nan didn't feel that these battle armors were very powerful. Even the temple giant of Xing Chuang in the Evil Spirit page world could completely destroy these battle armors. After all, the pages are just pages, and the world described in the pages has an upper limit, little Medanzo muttered at this time, but in reality, there's almost no need to burn incense. Lady Nan frowned. Although she was shocked that the fourth battle armor, Alpha, could fight Miss Maid back and forth for dozens of rounds, she wasn't too worried about it. What she was really worried about was that this battle armor had appeared 5 times in the Evil Spirit page world, and the 5th battle armor, Karos, seemed to be a special mecca for a brother. The collision between lightning and flowing fire gradually escalated, faintly showing signs of breaking through the boundaries of the holy light kingdom. However, both sides seemed to be intentionally restraining themselves, trying their best to stay on the edge of breaking the boundaries of the holy light kingdom. Ever since she became a maid in the shop, Ms. Maid had rarely met an opponent who could keep up with her pace. Except for the Shinryu from Kelowna, Ms. Maid didn't care about an opponent who had an unlimited power bank with him. That Shinryu dared to mess around after leaving Kelowna? Very good battle awareness. From the purple-black body, the girl's voice sounded again, and it was very clear to Miss Maid's ears. Your combat sense is not worse than Meshi's, but you're not qualified. The servant girl said nothing. She never liked to talk nonsense when she was beating people up. The girl's words were equivalent to a further provocation. MS. Maid, who had broken the defense, instantly became 30% more powerful. However, the purple-black body was still able to deal with the servant girl's increased speed calmly. In the cockpit, a girl with bangs covering her eyes and a gloomy aura was watching the groups of data flashing on the screen attentively. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in the cockpit. "Renina, that's enough! Who let you do it without permission? You'll ruin His Highness' arrangement. Since you've taken back Destiny, come back quickly." "Meshi, aren't you interested in the woman who can get his love?" The gloomy girl in the cockpit chuckled. "You're a very restrained type. As for Kalyana, she's heartless. Gamma, Sister Gamma, don't mention it. But I'm not going to give up the position of Crown Princess easily. Since you want to do it, but don't dare to do it, let me be the bad guy. It's just a little test, don't mind it. Renina, come back immediately. Never, how long will it take?" The gloomy girl chuckled again. "She doesn't have a body that can match the soul of Glorious Sun. I don't even need to start the hero mode of Alpha." When? At this moment, the girl in the cockpit suddenly raised her head. In front of her eyes, Ms. Maid seemed to be infinitely close to her, as if she was standing in front of her. At this time, Ms. Maid had already grabbed the panel of Alpha as cockpit with one hand. Ms. Maid was going to open the cockpit of Alpha with her bare hands, just in the short moment when the gloomy girl was distracted by the communication with others. But if the cockpit could be opened so easily, Alpha wouldn't be called the most successful war armor series in the Empire. Ms. Maid couldn't open the door of the cockpit at this time, but she quickly changed to another method. The black war flag containing the souls of 100,000 gods instantly pierced the door of the cockpit from Ms. Maid's hand. This power. The girl in the cockpit, Renina's face, slightly changed at this moment. She straightened her hands and pressed on the control ball. Subconsciously, the black war flag pierced out with terrible power. The space of the kingdom of holy light couldn't bear the power of the war flag at all, and there was a small scale of shattering. It was enough to easily tear the body and soul of an immortal life in the dimensional crevice. But this terrible blow hit nothing in the end. The war flag directly penetrated the body of the fourth war armor Alpha, but it didn't hit the target at all. Ms. Maid's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Alpha's whole body was ejecting purple particles. The purple light flowed and turned into a purple wind, blowing a distance of 100 meters in an instant. 100 miles away, Alpha was condensed again. At this time, Alpha's whole body was full of purple flowing light. The armor on its back changed slightly, and there were 2 purple light wings. Unknowingly, inside Alpha's cockpit, Renina secretly wiped her cold sweat. She had activated her armor's hero mode, and she had done it almost without thinking, almost instinctively. This could only mean one thing. She felt the danger of death. What a dangerous competitor. Renina muttered to herself, "His Highness the Crown Prince dares to find any kind of woman." At the same time, her gloomy face became even gloomier. Renina quietly bit her nails a few times, sometimes sneering, sometimes looking gloomy, The hero mode has been activated, so it's not a little test. I'll explain later. But at this moment, Ms. Maid didn't continue to attack. Instead, she hung motionlessly in the air. The war flag in her hand didn't unfold, but simply held diagonally in her hand. The black, flowing fire in the sky calmed down at this moment. Renina frowned. Alpha could detect that Ms. Maid's ability level was dropping crazily. Her energy level even dropped to a level close to 0. Just when Renina was puzzled by her action, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit. Her energy level jumped to glorious sun in an instant. When all the flowing fire disappeared, Ms. Maid slowly stretched out her palm. A bunch of small black flames bloomed in her palm. At this moment, the black war flag unfolded directly, and a black dragon rushed out of the war flag, swallowing the flame flower in Ms. Maid's palm directly. Then the black dragon rushed out. In the cockpit of Alpha, the alarm sounded again like a roar. That black dragon had countless wailing souls, the souls of 100,000 deities. Among them, there was no lack of things like transcendence. The evil of this world. A description flashed in Renina's mind. At the moment when the black dragon arrived, she grasped the control ball tightly with both hands. At the same time, a golden sai coat of arms quickly appeared in front of Renina's forehead. When the black dragon passed through, the fourth war armor Alpha couldn't escape this time. Countless roaring souls directly crashed through Alpha's body and even through Renina's body. The black dragon rushed to the sky and swam in the sky. Alpha's body became extremely dim at this time. In the cockpit, Renina gasped for breath, looking at the black dragon with a trace of horror that didn't disappear, but hovered and appeared in an attacking posture again. This war flag weapon is really an ominous thing. Renina's face was slightly cold. Without the illumination of Primordial, there's no way to fully activate it. Without giving her too much time to think, the black dragon had attacked again. Renina's face changed slightly. She suddenly realized a problem. That was Alpha's detection of Ms. Maid might not be accurate. Is it possible that it's not a glorious sun level soul? The upper limit of Alpha's detection was glorious sun. The black dragon attacked, and the girl in the cockpit could only stare blankly at the black dragon's devouring. Her body had been penetrated by countless souls once, and now the aftereffects began to appear. At this time, she felt as if there were countless roaring souls that were tightly entangling her body. Not good. If this continues, bang! Countless black flames suddenly fanned out in front of Alpha. At this time, there was actually something blocking in front of Alpha. It turned out to be a shield wall made up of many cubes. When the black dragon crashed into the shield wall, it was like a flood that had suddenly been blocked. It instantly scattered in all directions, contaminating the entire sky. In the cockpit of Alpha, Renina took a deep breath and murmured, "Kairos!" The war flag unfolded in the wind, but Ms. Maid seemed to feel something and looked up, only to see that in the sky above, another mecha was slowly descending. The mecha's hands were open, and as a whole it looked like a cross sticking straight down. Ms. Maid's hand that held the war flag tightened subconsciously. This unexpected reaction made Ms. Maid feel a little dignified. The second mecha gave her a feeling that it was much more difficult to deal with than Alpha, but it was only difficult to deal with. It didn't make her feel uncomfortable. What made Ms. Maid feel uncomfortable was the controller of the mecha. At this time, the strange shield wall in front of Alpha instantly split into countless small cubes, returning to Kairos like a whirlwind. The black dragon appeared once again, but the tiny cube shot out like a bullet, instantly riddling the black dragon with thousands of holes. Ms. Maid's expression became more dignified. She didn't continue to summon the black dragon. Instead, she calmly sized up Kairos. At the same time, Alpha quickly approached Kairos. The girl Renina's voice sounded with a trace of fear and restraint. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, just now I We'll talk about your violation later." The voice that came from Caro's was a woman's voice. Ms. Maid frowned, and Renina, who was in the cockpit of Alpha, was slightly surprised because the door of Caro's cockpit was slowly opening. "Princess Angelique, you actually—" Renina uttered a sound of disbelief. The door opened, and a blonde woman with golden eyes, bare feet, whose whole body was surrounded by cubes, slowly walked out. She had a peerless face and a pair of godlike, cold eyes. She was like the queen of all creatures. The cubes paved a long bridge in the sky, leading to Ms. Maid. She walked on this long bridge, walking towards Ms. Maid. As if she had sensed great danger, Ms. Maid suddenly retreated. This was the first time she retreated in front of an opponent. But in the next second, she, who was like the queen of all creatures, had crossed the distance of time and space, appearing in front of Ms. Maid. Yi, Ms. Maid's eyes focused. At this moment, her entire body was emitting cracking sounds. All the joints in her body seemed to be unable to bear the burden at this moment. She couldn't move. "You have the aura of the origin." The woman slowly reached out her hand, lifting Ms. Maid's face slightly, looking directly into Ms. Maid's eyes. "It should be the status of a partner candidate, right?" Ms. Maid's eyes moved slightly, moving to her fingertips. Her fingertips only moved slightly. "Partner candidate." The woman, who was like the queen of all creatures, chuckled. "But in my opinion, you're not qualified. Such a body is too ugly. How could you fall in love with a puppet? My stupid brother's sexual fetish is getting weirder and weirder. It seems that it's necessary to correct it." Who are you?" Ms. Maid suddenly opened her eyes. "Angelique," the woman said indifferently, clenching her hand slightly. "The destined one." Bang! As she clenched her hand, the illusion of Ms. Maid was instantly broken. Her body completely showed the original appearance of a puppet, and the puppet's body was now torn apart, slowly falling to the ground. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Thank you for the gift of Meng Meng, illusory moon, clear sky. PS2 for +1 is equal to 5, starting from tomorrow. PS3 Angelique's image is based on a certain Paimon. Chapter 2348. Above the white clouds, a blue and white mecha was half kneeling. In front of the mecha was a woman with a ponytail. She was controlling something with both hands. Beside the woman was Balaam's president. Not far away, Lily was in a state of panic. She was paying attention to the terrifying things happening in the Freedom City. She actually lost. Lily muttered to herself. That woman who seemed to be unsurpassable lost just like that. She didn't even have the strength to resist these 3 women who came with strange mecha. Who are they? That's because you still don't understand what Her Highness Angelique's nature is. Balaam said indifferently, "Lily, you should be glad that the one standing in front of the Freedom City isn't you." "They are characters from the book?" Lily asked with a heavy voice. "You mean Book of Gaia?" Balaam chuckled and shook his head. "These lords aren't characters from the book. Or rather, they are characters from the book that look like them. This is related to Primordial." The woman's hand suddenly stopped moving, and she said indifferently, "Balaam, be quiet." "My apologies, Meshi-sama." Balaam's president revealed a smile. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "You can't help me here." Meshi said indifferently, "I am going to receive all the data of the Destiny system. Her Highness should be returning soon. You should deal with these so-called saints first." The battle was over. Joan of Arc was beaten to the point that her puppet body was revealed and even shattered. Balaam looked at the imprisoned saints of the 7 capitals and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. It was an indescribable outer god that brought fear. It was very different from the traditional gods. Back then, when the Heavens Army was exploring the subworld, they wanted to capture it and the other old overlords. Unfortunately, the Heavens Army was unable to succeed. As for it, if it wasn't for Her Highness Angelique's order, it wouldn't have been accidentally captured, right? He had been hiding in the Holy Light Nation for far too long. During this long period of time, Balaam had once forgotten that he was a great old one. His wife, his daughter, and the saints of the 7 capitals had spent a lot of effort to obtain the faith of a great old one. I once thought of truly believing in all of you. Balaam's president walked up to one of the 7 saints. It's a pity that your methods are too extreme. Why did you take them away? If it's just to test my faith, there are many ways, right? But you just had to use such extreme methods. I really hated myself in the past. With the delight of revenge in his eyes, the president of Balaam opened his mouth and shot out a tongue that resembled a straw. He was going to suck the first 7 saint clean. Balaam, be careful. Just as the ecstasy of revenge was about to reach its peak, Meshi's cold voice caused Balaam to react swiftly. It leaped back immediately. Balaam retreated to Meshi's side as soon as it sensed the danger. When it saw the source of the danger, it was stunned. What is this snake? Balaam's eyes narrowed. On the high platform above the clouds, a grayish-white snake had appeared out of nowhere. The snake slithered on the ground and flicked its tongue occasionally. Its pair of snake eyes were quietly sizing up Balaam. Meshi's hands stopped moving, and she frowned. She seemed to have sensed something and looked up abruptly. The grayish-white serpent was now coiling around a pillar on the high platform. The serpent's head finally stopped at the same height as the top of the pillar. At the same time, a pair of slender and elastic feet slowly stepped on the serpent's head. As the snake's head moved forward, the owner of the slender legs gradually descended. It was a beautiful woman with dark skin. Why aren't you sucking anymore? The beautiful woman chuckled. My child hasn't tasted the taste of the great old ones yet. Snake. At this moment, Lily seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Her expression changed slightly. Are you the guardian of the Garden of Eden? Guardian? The beautiful woman looked at Lily and said casually, I guess so. Usually, what I do is equivalent to a guardian's job. However, to me, it's just a job. Lily, you have the scent of my new master on you. When did you become a true saint? Lilith couldn't help but be shocked. She had become a saint, and even other people's perception of her seemed to have been changed. But this gorgeous and charming woman, you are a follower of Origin? Meshi frowned slightly. Her voice became deeper. Origin level. You seem to know us very well. The beautiful woman suddenly narrowed her eyes. Then she chuckled and said, You and the other 2, especially the one who just beat up our chief director, are amazing. However what? Meshi said expressionlessly. The beautiful woman said indifferently, However, aren't you taking it too seriously? Was she really defeated? Meshi's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and said, What do you mean? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, As long as you know a little about our maid, she's going to fight back. Meshi's eyes opened slightly. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Angelique. At this time, Her Highness Angelique had already descended into the free city. Miss, I'm still here. However, the beautiful woman smiled and said, It wasn't easy to get out of the Garden of Eden. I don't want to return empty-handed. The giant gray snake opened its mouth in an instant. Caro's cabin door was still open. It stayed motionless in the sky. Alpha was guarding beside Caro's. Although she wasn't worried that someone would attack Caro's, at this time she couldn't help Her Highness Angelique, who had already entered the battlefield. Her Highness even used Laplace. It seems like she's the most anxious one. The gloomy girl muttered in the cockpit. At this time, Angelique, who looked like the queen of all creation, had already landed on the street of the free city. This was the place where the puppet fell. On the street, the puppet's body had already been torn apart. Angelique slowly walked over. The cubes around her were either bright or dark. Each of them seemed to contain a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Is this all you've got? It's worse than I thought. Angelique stretched out her hand, and the puppet's head flew into her hand. Its eyes are not bright anymore. But if it's like this, I don't intend to acknowledge you. Laplace suddenly spun faster, and it even lit up in an instant. Angelique's eyes moved slightly and looked at this special artifact thoughtfully. It seemed to be some kind of warning. Angelique frowned slightly. I see. Angelique suddenly chuckled. She clenched her hand, and the puppet's head was instantly destroyed. She then closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she wasn't on the street of the Free City. She was still on the long bridge connected by the cube. Moreover, she had only walked half of the distance. Your Highness, just now. Renana's voice sounded with a trace of disbelief and shock. At the end of the cube bridge, Miss Maid with blonde hair and blue eyes was waiting calmly with a battle flag in her hand. Angelique and Miss Maid's eyes met at this moment. Interesting. Angelique chuckled. It's been a long time since someone could make me see illusions. So, did you see what you wanted to see? Miss Maid smiled faintly. How should I call you? Madam? Your Highness? Or guest? No need to call me a guest. Angelique said indifferently, I don't intend to make any deal with Origin. As for you, when did you start to prepare it? I'm curious. It seems to be specially designed for me. It's probably after I read this diary. Miss Maid smiled slightly and raised her hand slightly. An old black leather book was slowly turning in her palm, so I thought a little bit about how to deal with you if I meet you guys. Book of Gaia. Angelique's eyes changed slightly, revealing a slightly complicated look. He was actually willing to let you keep Book of Gaia. This is just a rubbing, Miss Maid said expressionlessly. The original copy is still in the hands of the master. Of course, the content is the same. That's enough to surprise me. Angelique shook her head. Anyway, I underestimated you. You deserve to be the candidate chosen by Origin. Just based on this point, you are currently better than Messi and the others. Thank you for your compliment. Miss Maid bowed slightly. Wait. Alpha rushed directly at this time. The gloomy girl in the cockpit looked even gloomier. Was it already from the beginning? You should be Miss Lenina. Yu Yi said indifferently. You're right, we did meet in the page world. Which one? Lenina asked hurriedly. Miss Maid smiled. A stage performance. In the cockpit of Alpha, Lenina couldn't help but open her mouth and then smiled bitterly. It's actually the darkest part of history. The gloomy girl suddenly slumped into the cockpit seat. She covered her face with her hands and said to herself, I can't. I'll never walk out of the cockpit. I'm too ashamed to see anyone meow. That senior, what are they doing? Nan Xiaonan took out another pair of binoculars and looked at it, mainly because the previous one had been requisitioned by little Medanzo. What do you know? Masters fight like this. They're looking for the best opportunity to attack. I know the reason. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but pout, but she had been standing still for too long. Queen Angelique had been standing on the cube bridge all the time. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold? Let's not talk about this first. Metatron, come and help me. Lacour's voice came, and a large number of translucent interfaces popped up crazily around him. Someone is invading the Destiny system and making hundreds of millions of chickens. I'm too busy. Can you not hold your broken pacifier in your mouth? Do you think I want to? I feel uncomfortable if I don't hold something in my mouth. Little Medanzo rolled its eyes, but it also knew the seriousness of the matter, so it had to sigh, Newcomer, can you use some emotion when you pray? So troublesome. Lady Nan was more concerned about Miss Maid, so she said impatiently, It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Little Metatro shrugged and looked at Legel innocently. You've seen it for yourself. That's all this fake believer can do. I don't even have the strength to lift a finger. Legel, you can do it yourself. I know you can do it. Lacour's face turned pale. Can? Both his hands were enough. But now he even had to use his feet. Little Medanzo ignored him and raised the binoculars again. "Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hit her." Queen Angelique wasn't interested in Lady Nina covering her face in the cockpit at all. This candidate, selected by source, was much more difficult to deal with than she expected. She attacked in a high-profile manner, intending to force you to appear through tough means. But she didn't expect that she was the one who was lured out by her slight carelessness. From the moment Lady Nina picked up Destiny's body, she had already fallen into the plan of this candidate. Queen Angelique couldn't help but sigh slowly. She hadn't felt like she was evenly matched for a long time. "Tell me your name, candidate," Her Royal Highness said slowly. "You deserve me to remember your name." "Yu Yi," Miss Maid said softly. The long bridge of cubes collapsed, and all the cubes of Laplace returned to Queen Angelique and hovered around her. At this time, she raised her arm, and all the cubes stopped circling in an instant and scattered behind her. "I admit your wisdom," Queen Angelique said indifferently. "However, I still want to take this holy light kingdom." Miss Maid didn't say anything and just waved the battle flag in her hand, casually. Queen Angelique said with a smile, "Why are you going to fight me?" Miss Maid said indifferently, "Actually, there's no such thing as fighting. After all, in the contract, the Holy Light Kingdom is protected. In the society where Master once lived, there's a saying, 'Try peaceful means before resorting to force.' I think I've given you enough respect, Your Royal Highness. Then there's no need to restrain yourself." Queen Angelique sneered. "I know, I can see it. Your eyes can no longer hide your desire to fight. Well, if I can resist the power of the royal family, then when facing Source—" Miss Maid held the battle flag tightly with both hands, stood in front of her, and whispered softly, "This body will be at your disposal. My lord is here." The souls of the 100,000 gods hidden in the battle flag didn't roar at this time. Instead, they resonated. Under the resonance of the souls of 100,000 gods, the entire free city was scattered with dazzling brilliance, and the brilliance added a pure white spiritual garment to Miss Maid. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. End of this chapter. Chapter 2349. Laval only felt a pulling force pulling him into the secret tunnel at the base of the saint statue. When he came back to his senses, he was already in a bright and pure white corridor. There were many doors in this pure white corridor. They were arranged on the left and right, extending all the way as if there was no end. Laval forcefully shook his head to clear his mind. He subconsciously opened the door closest to him. With just one glance, Laval would never forget it. He didn't open a door, but a world. In this world, what he saw was flames, blood, and countless corpses. Angels with golden wings were singing war songs. A beautiful blonde woman was standing on a mountain made of white bones, coldly looking down at the ground. She is the Saint of Freedom. Laval was shocked and instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, Laval forcefully closed the door of the room. He was already covered in cold sweat from the shock. At this moment, Laval once again saw Robert, who brought him to this place. "What is this place?" Laval blurted out. Robert, who was covered in wounds but had endured until now with his inhuman willpower. What was his background? He actually knew about the place hidden under the statue of the god that even the family of the saints didn't know about. "You are very scared, right?" Robert said indifferently. "Why should you be scared? She is the Saint of Freedom, the saint you believe in. Everything here is what she had experienced." Laval's expression changed slightly, and he said with a trembling voice, "You mean all the rooms here are the memories of the saint?" "They are my memories." Robert shook his head. He walked to the end of the corridor and said in a voice that only he could hear, "I'm just reminiscing about her. Her soul is no longer here. How could her memories be left behind?" "Wait, Robert. Tell me clearly." Laval wanted to catch up, but no matter how hard he tried, He couldn't catch up with the other party. "Don't care about your body here," Robert said indifferently. "Use your mind, and you will walk faster." "Who are you?" LeVar frowned and asked. "Just now?" "Just now, when you pulled me in." That voice resounded in the free cities. Who is it that wants us to worship them? Did the saints' resurrection ceremony succeed?" "Quiet!" Robert turned around and said calmly. LeVar instinctively stopped and didn't say anything. He looked into the other party's eyes and felt as if his soul was trembling. This Robert was clearly suppressing his terrifying injuries. He was clearly panting when he walked, and he was clearly very weak. Yet he made Levis tremble. His gaze was dignified and solemn. He was an absolute ruler. "I'll tell you." "At this moment," Robert said faintly, "I will tell you everything about myself because I can feel that I will soon forget who I am. My existence will completely disappear. Perhaps in the near future, I'll just be a person with the name Robert, a person who doesn't even know who I am." "You," Robert continued walking, and his hoarse voice sounded slowly. "I was once the grand monarch of the kingdom of heaven, the archangel who controlled the entire army of the kingdom of heaven. My name is Saint Michael, also known as Michael. There are no records of Michael in the ancient books." LeVar shook his head. "But I feel like you're not lying." "Don't be surprised," Robert said calmly. "I said that my existence has been erased, and the world won't remember me. Even you might forget it after hearing it." LeVar's expression changed drastically. "How is that possible? Who can make the grand monarch of the kingdom of heaven disappear?" Robert didn't explain this matter. He only said slowly, "Listen, what you're going to see next is the truth of the free cities, the truth of the Saint of Freedom, the truth of the kingdom of holy light, and even the truth of the kingdom of heaven." LeVar felt his heart start beating rapidly. In the pure white corridor, he walked past many doors, and he had the urge to open them. Behind each door, there seemed to be a strong call. However, Robert didn't stop talking. In the beginning, he, the father of the angels, was only he himself. He was wandering in the void. He was searching for something, searching for a forgotten home. Suddenly, he stopped. He knew that it would be difficult to find that place by himself. Therefore, he needed many servants who could walk on his behalf. Therefore, he used 7 days to create a world. LeVar's breathing quickened because he knew that Robert was talking about the process of creating the world. The process of creation was similar to what LeVar had read in the ancient books, except for the purpose at the beginning, which was completely different. He thought that this version of the process of creation would continue to be similar, but he didn't expect that this wasn't the case. Later, he realized that the world created couldn't exist in the void for a long time. This was because there were countless creatures in the void known as the void original demons. He was powerful enough, but he couldn't resist the invasion of the void original demons all the time. Countless believers were devoured by the void original demons before his eyes. In the beginning, he might have created a new world for a certain purpose, but later, he realized that he had fallen deeply in love with every living creature in the new world. Therefore, he found a solution, and that was to rent a complete area. The story of renting the kingdom of heaven began to appear in front of LeVar's eyes. At this moment, LeVar's previous beliefs were overturned in an instant. He even started to think that Robert was spreading rumors. Metatron's sudden death was like a conspiracy. Robert sighed and said, "The chain reaction caused by this incident was something that the kingdom of holy light couldn't bear. In the end, the free saint became the final sacrifice of this conspiracy. This is impossible. What a joke! The kingdom of heaven betrayed the free saint and even pawned the saint. Not only that, in the past few hundred years, they even found another person to play the role of the free saint. And all of this was just to obtain the faith of all the believers in the free city. Even the people in the free city and all the believers in the 7 capitals of the Kingdom of Holy Light were just chosen by the angels and brought over from different subworlds. The entire Kingdom of Holy Light was like a huge faith manufacturing factory. Yes, what kind of joke is this? Robert sighed. I also often ask myself why I did this. In order to maintain the existence of the Kingdom of Heaven, we need to find more faith. We keep exploring, spreading, and fighting. In the end, it's almost equivalent to spreading for the sake of spreading, exploring for the sake of exploring, and fighting for the sake of conquering. In the past countless years, the faith of the Kingdom of Heaven has spread to countless subworlds, and the Kingdom of Heaven has become the absolute overlord of the void. But looking back, what have we obtained? What have you obtained? LeVar asked bitterly. Nothing. Robert shook his head. We keep obtaining faith, but at the same time we keep giving it away. In fact, if we're not careful, we even have the risk of losing ourselves. We've already lost a free saint. Is this worth it? Is it worth it? LeVar muttered to himself. Robert closed his eyes. I can clearly remember the names of every soul that I've given away and their experiences. But now I'm starting to forget these. They disappear from my memory piece by piece. Sometimes I can't help but think, if we didn't rent the Kingdom of Heaven back then, if we were still struggling to survive in the void, what would we be like? Without the prosperity of the Kingdom of Holy Light now, without the large-scale spread of faith, without all of this, LeVar continued, would you still be willing to see this? Even if it's us, there will be times when we have conflicts. Robert sighed softly. Whether it's in the past or now, we are just fishes struggling in the long river of fate. Robert suddenly stopped. He still couldn't see the end of the pure white corridor. But at this moment, the end of the corridor appeared in front of Robert. There was also a door at the end. Robert slowly pushed the door open. I didn't dare to open this door. This is the place where I buried my sins. He muttered softly and walked in slowly. I started to forget that all of this will leave me. This isn't a punishment for me. Instead, it's my redemption. Time can't be reversed. Only by forgetting can I. In LeVar's eyes, Robert was more like a person who was walking towards the sea. He was going to walk into the boundless sea and let the sea swallow him. He was going to be buried in the sea forever and ever. Inside the room, it was also a pure white place. There was a transparent crystal here. LeVar saw the Saint of Freedom in the crystal pillar. She seemed to be in a deep sleep. She seemed to be waiting for someone in the crystal pillar. There was a faint smile on her face. But at this moment, in this crystal pillar, in front of this sleeping woman, there was already a figure standing there. Before the door at the end of the corridor was opened, this figure was already there. Robert suddenly stopped and looked at the figure in front of him with a complicated expression. He didn't know if it was because of his burned vocal cords or because of himself, but Robert didn't speak at this moment. Lavelle seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. He suddenly recognized who this figure was. Rose Mansion. Lee, the guest of Arthasheth. That mysterious young man with black hair and black eyes. Luaccio. Tell me, Michael. Luaccio's voice sounded in the silence. You said time can't be reversed. Then, if time can be reversed, what would you do? What would I do? Robert muttered. What would I do? I think I might replace her. She used to trust me so much and listen to my voice. Under my guidance, she walked to the peak step by step, and then I pushed her down the cliff in an instant. Luaccio said indifferently, handing her over was his idea. Robert said in a low voice, but the person who executed it was me. I sent her out myself. I didn't resist, didn't doubt, and didn't hesitate. Do you regret it? Boss Luo turned around. You have to answer this question because I've been waiting for you here. No, I don't regret it. Robert shook his head. There's nothing worth regretting. It's not worth it. All of this isn't worth it. Sacrifice isn't worth it. Battle isn't worth it. Search. Perhaps it's not worth it. For Primordial, We've missed out on too many things. Your answer, Michael, Boss Luo asked softly. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Those who believed in me were buried by my own hands. No matter how many god systems I attack, no matter how many believers I have, I can't get rid of this sin. Robert seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant, but he also seemed to be glowing with new strength. So, take it back. Take back this kingdom of heaven. Let faith no longer be just a tool for us. It was originally the purest. Robert stared at Boss Luo motionlessly. He was also waiting for an answer at this moment. I've been waiting for your arrival here, Luocio said softly, not as the store manager. Personally. Robert understood and muttered to himself, You're going to take her away, no matter what. Luocio said indifferently, I'll thank you for helping me preserve her body in this absolutely pure room. You've even been secretly nourishing her with the power of will of the free cities. That's why you deliberately stored her in the statue. Robert was silent. I'm going to take her away. Boss Luo spoke again. It's not to compensate for anything in Kingdom of Heaven. This is just my personal action. Robert's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Come back, Archangel. Boss Luo said indifferently, This isn't your redemption. From now on, you have to continue fighting. You have to continue spreading faith. You have to continue maintaining the existence of Kingdom of Heaven. While you have to let more people obtain happiness, you also have to let the same number of people feel despair. You have to listen to the sorrowful cries of believers every day. Why? Robert roared. Why? Luocio said faintly, You personally pulled her into the abyss of despair. How can I forgive you? Robert instantly knelt on the ground in a daze. In an instant, all the wounds on Robert's body healed instantly, and the bandages wrapped around him broke directly. He wailed. As he wailed, the wings of a blazing angel grew violently from his back. The pure white wings were actually stained with blood. Luocio disappeared, and even the crystal pillar disappeared. The pure white room was no longer bright. Laval was already frightened long ago. He looked at the blood-stained wings in horror and said with a trembling voice, Me, Saint Me, you're the Lord of Kingdom of Heaven, the Prince of Light. I'll praise you. Don't look at me. Hashtag PS. 1/5. This chapter ends. Chapter 2350. High up in the sky, Miss Maid's battle flag, which continued to release power, was in a stalemate with the cubes around Princess Angelique. Miss Maid, who was dressed in a white spiritual dress, didn't look relaxed. The power of the royal family was the power of fate. Only when one faced it, one would know how terrifying it was. What was fate? Generally speaking, fate seemed to be linked to time. However, it was too general to only use the attribute of time to summarize the power of fate. Miss Maid was the partner candidate designated by the origin. If there were no accidents, she would be able to accompany Boss Luo to stand on the other side of the river of time and space. She would be completely independent of all the subworlds built by the Araya system. She would be independent of all the subworld's abilities. It could only be described as an exception. At least, her soul had reached this level. However, the power of the royal family could be penetrated. It could penetrate the long river of time and space, reach the other side, and cause damage to the origin. The power of origin and fate seemed to be contradictory to each other. At this time, Miss Maid could feel that the surging power had broken through the dimensional barrier and was attacking her soul on the other side of the world. It didn't matter whether there was a real body or not for this level of collision. The body was just a carrier that could support this level of collision for a longer time. However, the attack on the soul level was often only for a moment. A moment could be eternity. The durability brought by the body as a carrier was not very useful. If the soul was destroyed, even if the body still existed, it was naturally meaningless. It was just like Cain in the inhuman domain of subworld number 03. This pseudo-eternal, indestructible body that Cain obtained from the shop was almost indestructible. Even if Cain's consciousness had disappeared, the body still existed. It even began to produce a new consciousness. But the new consciousness only inherited Cain's memory. It was already a different person in essence. Princess Angelique directly attacked by penetrating the dimensional barrier. Obviously, she didn't intend to do anything to Miss Maid's puppet body. She was obviously proud. Since she wanted to fight, she had to defeat her opponent in what she was best at. The two of them did not move. Only the sky seemed to have split into two different formations. There was only a blurry line between the grayish-white and the grayish-black. But even so, this kind of confrontation was still a terrifying disaster for the Free Cities and even the entire Holy Light Nation. In the air, there seemed to be some invisible and terrifying thing that was crazily colliding with each other. A huge crater would appear on the ground in an instant. Skyscrapers would suddenly collapse. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning filled every corner. Cracks in space would appear and disappear, and then continue to appear. Even gravity was fluctuating wildly. Where exactly are they fighting? Lady Nan's binoculars suddenly exploded. The strange scene made her shiver uncontrollably. The other shore. They are on the other shore. Little Medanzo muttered to herself. Has Joan of Arc already gone there? Sure enough, being good-looking is an advantage. Hagen? Lady Nan was stunned. To her, this was an unknown territory. Little Medanzo shook her head. I can't explain it to you. You know about ultimate contenders, right? Transcendents and Inhumans who have reached the limit of a subworld can be called ultimate contenders. Ultimate contenders can no longer improve. If they want to improve, they can only break the seal of the subworld. Nan Xiaonan pouted her lips. In the dimensional void, aren't ultimate contenders everywhere? If it wasn't for the dimensional void being infinitely big, the ultimate contenders you mentioned can be squeezed into a crowd. She was also such a contender in the past. The dimensional void also has such a limit. Little Medanzo suddenly said, Only those who can reach this limit can see the other shore. But that's all. Then what's the danger in the battle on the other shore? Danger? Medanzo laughed bitterly. How would I know? I have never been there. At most, I have only glanced at it from afar. Good heavens! This fellow is obviously saying that it has seen the scenery of the other shore. This B** starred Nan Xiaonan and gave it 99 points. The 1 point less was deducted because it asked her to pray. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan's expression suddenly changed. Her binoculars that had exploded actually appeared out of thin air again. No, it didn't appear out of thin air. It was as if time was reversed, returning to the state before it exploded. Not good, these two crazy women. It seems that they are serious. Medanzo's expression changed greatly. Damn, time is starting to be disrupted. Ligel, how much is the time disrupted? At the side, the owner of the palace of the second day, who was typing with his foot, looked quite gloomy. The extent. It's more like spreading. It's not just the Holy Light Kingdom. It's the entire kingdom of heaven. Medanzo pondered for a moment and quickly said the Garden of Eden should be able to withstand it. That's where he lived. Moses is at the Ring Tower. If he is willing to part with his little pornographic book revelation, it should be able to withstand it. Anyway, the Holy City Guards have as many angels as you want. They are all free. So, you don't have to worry about the Holy City Guards. Ligel, I will help you stabilize the Holy Light Kingdom. This is the foundation of the kingdom of heaven. Ligel couldn't help but frown. Did you miss something? You don't have to worry about the Palace of Blazing Sky. Do you really think that Raphael is a pushover? Medanzo rolled her eyes. The Star of Dawn has fallen. Michael has become the boss of the angels. And the next in line is Raphael. Why do I suddenly remember this idiot Michael? I didn't know him just now. F***CK, I don't care anymore. Nan Xiaonan, continue to pray. Don't stop. Let me help, Metatron. A light voice came. Madanzo and Nan Xiaonan looked over subconsciously. They saw a man in white, slowly descending. 6 wings, holy light, the grand monarch of the kingdom of heaven, the head of the archangels, Michael! Madanzo and Ligel looked at each other. Ligel nodded and said directly, That's good. That's the best. Give me the defense authority of the kingdom of heaven. The man in white was silent. What the F***CK are you hesitating for? Madanzo said angrily. Metatron, tell me, Michael said seriously, your faith hasn't changed. You are all a bunch of liars. I don't believe in anyone anymore. Madanzo gritted her teeth and said, I only believe in myself. Anyway, in your eyes, I am a special person. Is this okay? Michael looked at Madanzo expressionlessly for a few seconds and said calmly, Except for Eden, all the other areas are open to you. Help me guard the kingdom of holy light. Little Madanzo suddenly spat out her pacifier and said with a frown, Something is wrong with you. Michael said calmly, I'm the grand monarch of the kingdom of heaven. Guarding the kingdom of heaven is my duty, and spreading faith is my mission. What's wrong with that? I can't explain it. Madanzo shook her head. It's just that your words give me goosebumps. Forget it. I won't talk about this with you. Go and be a light bulb. Maximize your holy light effect and shine on all the places in the kingdom of holy light. Stabilize the believers in the other 7 cities first. Don't mind it. This is my style of speaking. You know, as a special person, I can't. I understand. Michael immediately agreed. Without the slightest hesitation, this grand monarch of the heavenly kingdom instantly turned into a stream of light, illuminating the entire holy light nation with his brilliant light. This guy, when did he become so easy to talk to? Madanzo opened her mouth in disbelief. Raquel, don't you feel that something is wrong with Michael? Ah, what did you say? Raquel. Raquel was still typing with his foot. Do you want to help or not? This is it. The other side. The other side should be the place where the purest soul resided. It wasn't a specific place, and there were no traces to be found. It was just a concept. It could take any shape. The other side of the world looked like a shop. Moreover, it was a shop that had been enlarged hundreds or thousands of times. Miss Maid, wearing a pure white spiritual dress, stood on the clean floor. At the same time, Princess Angelique looked around curiously. The other side is the place that can reflect a person's heart the most. So, is this the place you care about the most? The origin that appears in the shape of a shop? Yes. Miss Maid said softly, This is the place where I first met my master. I will never forget that day when someone sat outside the door and quietly looked in. It was as if he wanted to isolate himself from the rest of the world. He just sat there quietly and thought. Princess Angelique asked softly, Did he have a good life in this life? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Miss Maid said indifferently. For me, my master is just my master. There's no previous life. Unless it's a relationship confirmed by my master. I don't care about anything else. I like your character. Princess Angelique chuckled. Besides, I'm sorry to use this method to pull you into the other side. There are some words that I can only say to you here. However, you've already guessed my intention. You cooperated well. This is worth extra points. Miss Maid said, In Miss Gaia's diary, Your Highness is the type of person who doesn't mean what you say. So, I'm wondering why Your Highness chose this time to appear. If it's to directly take over the Holy Light Kingdom, the time is a little too early. But I don't know Your Highness' intention. No need to use honorifics. Angelique shook her head. The Empire no longer exists, and I'm no longer a princess. I'm just a remnant now, wandering in the void. I don't know where I'll go tomorrow. Miss Maid pondered. Then Miss Angelique, what are you doing this time? To take a look at him. Angelique said, the power of the royal family is opposite to the origin. I can feel any changes caused by the origin. So, from the moment he started to take over. Well, from the moment he took over this shop, I already knew that he had returned. You mean come back? Miss Maid frowned subconsciously. This is what I'm going to tell you next. And only you. Angelique didn't care about the change in title, but nodded quickly. Once, something happened that almost annihilated his soul. His most primordial will has turned into countless stardust and scattered throughout space-time. Miss Maid said, You mean the master is just one part of it? Don't be nervous. This is different from what you think. Angelique shook her head. The will represents all his memories. His memories are scattered in time and space. After the destruction of the origin, I have been wandering in time and space to collect his memory fragments. As for his appearance in this era, it originated from my father's words. Master, Listen, there's only one thing you need to do. Princess Angelique's face suddenly changed slightly. That is to stay by his side and not let him feel any pain. Try not to let him remember what happened in the past. Please be clear. Miss Maid showed a serious expression. I can't say. Angelique took a deep breath and said, The origin has found me. Even if I have told you these words now, it's still dangerous for you. Do you feel it? The rolling of the Nirvana River. Miss Maid's eyes moved slightly. The shop that she was standing in, which had been magnified hundreds of times, had begun to collapse. Please be clear. Miss Maid said again. At this time her voice was heavier. Think about why he is the one who got all this. Angelique said in a low voice, When you know clearly what he has suffered, you will understand. Sorry, the power of the origin is too strong. After all, I'm not the complete, glorious son. Sorry. The Nirvana River collapsed. Princess Angelique. In the cockpit of Alpha, Renina looked anxious. She knew how dangerous it was to enter the Nirvana plane, but she couldn't intervene in this battle. The only thing she could do was to guard by the side. I hope His Highness Desolation won't make trouble at this time, Renina murmured as if she was praying. But at this moment, a voice that almost made her heart jump out of her chest sounded from the bottom of her heart. Is that His Highness Desolate still causing trouble? Renina suddenly opened her eyes, and the cockpit of Alpha opened at this moment. The girl crawled out weakly. Your Highness, Crown Prince. Looking at the girl with hazy eyes, Boss Luo asked softly, Have I ever sat on Alpha? End of this chapter. Chapter 2351. Longing was a kind of feeling that could be felt at a glance. How much, how long, and how deep the longing was, the eyes wouldn't lie. But Luaccio was quite unfamiliar with this kind of longing. But this didn't hinder him from observing the soul state. It was like picking up a special clip-on magnifying glass for gem collectors. He was observing its changes. He believed that the souls from ancient times would only peel off its most original brilliance, little by little under the washing of time. No. The girl's eyes were full of longing. I didn't let you sit on Alpha even once. You, come in now. Boss Luo shook his head and said softly, They are back. Lei Nina showed a slightly disappointed expression. Then she looked thoughtfully at the direction where Princess Angelique and Miss Maid were confronting each other. Back. These two people had returned from the other side. Princess Angelique. Did she do what she wanted to do? Lei Nina subconsciously looked at Luaccio with a touch of anxiety on her face. Can you not blame Her Royal Highness? Boss Luo just looked at the girl and shook his head. Lei Nina couldn't understand the meaning of this. He didn't deny it, but shook his head as if he was sighing. Lei Nina opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but a cube suddenly fell in front of her. They brought Angelique. She took a step forward to Boss Luo. I think you should come out. At the same time, another figure quietly came to Boss Luo's side. It was Miss Maid who looked calm without any ripples. She was still holding the battle flag in her hand and wearing a pure, white, spiritual suit. Boss Luo smiled slightly. No need for the weapon. As for the clothes, they look good. Miss Maid's eyes softened. The battle flag disappeared, but the spiritual suit was still there. She said softly, "Master, Miss Angelique said something strange when she was at the other side." Angelique's expression changed slightly. He had just asked her to keep it a secret, but she turned around and wanted to confess everything. "It's fine as long as you know." Boss Luo shook his head slightly. "It doesn't matter if you tell me or hide it from me. I believe you. I believe you unconditionally." The servant girl's lips moved slightly, and her words finally turned into endless gentleness, blooming in her blue eyes. Angelique couldn't help but frown. She suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. After a cold snort, Angelique said indifferently, "I didn't come here to watch you guys whisper sweet nothings to each other. What you want isn't here." Boss Luo suddenly shook his head. Angelique was stunned. Her face turned gloomy as she muttered, "Do you know what I want?" Boss Luo nodded and opened his palm. On his palm, a vertical gold and silver card was rotating slowly. Angelique's eyes suddenly brightened. She seemed to be unable to restrain herself. Her body moved forward, but she quickly stopped. She heaved a heavy sigh. "So you've already taken it?" "This isn't it." Boss Luo shook his head and said, "I got this card before." Angelique said subconsciously, "Then the one here." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Kingdom of Heaven wasn't given out by me. I think it should be the previous store manager." "How could he?" Princess Angelique's expression changed slightly. Boss Luo smiled indifferently. "Why not? He was also the manager of the store. If I can do it, he can do it too, right?" Angelique said disdainfully, "Humph, at least I can kill him." Boss Luo didn't comment. The question of whether the royal force could really kill the source agent had always been a concept. He had never really seen it. He couldn't let Angelique find the previous boss and kill him once to prove it. He kept the gold and silver card in his hand. He actually had more than one, but he hadn't encountered any clues about this kind of gold and silver card for a long time. "What's the use of this kind of card?" Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously. Angelique frowned and said, "You don't know." Boss Luo said without embarrassment, "Information is too expensive. I think I'll ask the right person sooner or later, so I'm not in a hurry." Was it because he was stingy? Princess Angelique was both amused and gratified. She said softly, "You're right to use less source." But the reality was that Boss Luo had been spending a lot recently. He even followed the long river of time and talked to the former boss in the torrent of time. "You don't have to use source for the card." Angelique suddenly said, "I'll investigate this matter. When I figure it out, I'll give you an answer." Boss Luo said, "Then what do you want to use this information to get?" Princess Angelique said indifferently, "I don't need you to give me anything. There's no need to try this. Source can't do business with me. It doesn't dare to take my soul. I don't need a reason to give you anything." But at this moment, Princess Angelique's face changed slightly. Renina even showed a look of fear, because at this moment, the shadow of a door appeared behind Boss Luo. The door looked like it was about to open. Only a gap was revealed. Even someone as powerful as Angelique couldn't help but show a touch of paleness. Her Royal Highness's eyes were solemn. A golden mark quietly appeared on her forehead, but the shadow of the door seemed to be more solid at this moment. Her Royal Highness's body had become extremely heavy, but she gritted her teeth, and the cube of Laplace instantly hovered. But at this moment, Boss Luo waved his hand, looked sideways behind him, and said indifferently, "I didn't ask you to come out. Be quiet." It was like a rusty gear turning. The illusory image of the door, the slit that had been opened, slowly closed as if it was unwilling to give up. The tight door faded away bit by bit until it finally disappeared. At this moment, Nina seemed to have lost all her strength and sat down in the cockpit, gasping for air. Princess Angelique looked surprised and doubtful. She looked at Luaccio in disbelief. You can control it? Or is this a deeper level of fusion? Boss Luo was silent for a while. This is not control. Fusion doesn't count. This is probably a kind of compromise. You threatened it? Angelique showed an even more incredulous expression. She was stunned for a while, then suddenly laughed. You actually threatened it. You're really something. Boss Luo said expressionlessly, this shouldn't be something to be happy about. For you. Princess Angelique chuckled, but for me it's not. Do you know, this is the best news I've heard in hundreds of Void Era? Boss Luo looked up at the white clouds at this time. The white clouds broke at this time, and a huge figure was falling rapidly. It was the second battle equipment, Curlet. At the same time, a grayish-white snake was wrapped around Curlet's body. Curlet's hands were holding the snake's body. Although it was falling, the snake was obviously very uncomfortable and was hissing angrily. Finally, the gray snake was unable to continue and was directly pushed away by Curlet. In the cockpit, the ponytailed girl was about to directly cut the grayish-white snake, but she was stunned. Your Highness! Your Highness! But just as Meshi was slightly distracted, the grayish-white snake had slipped away from Curlet's hands. The snake swam in the sky and quickly returned to the side of a gorgeous woman. The woman slowly landed and finally appeared in front of Boss Luo and Miss Maid. The gorgeous woman laughed softly. It's the first time we meet under such circumstances. It's really rude. So, are you my new master? Miss Maid's eyes suddenly sharpened with a sense of majesty. Cleopatra. This was a very difficult black soul envoy, especially in seducing men. Hello, Miss Yi. The gorgeous woman narrowed her eyes. Did I give you a holiday? You still have 1 term left. Miss Maid said indifferently, Master, this is Cleopatra, the guardian of the Kingdom of Heaven contract. 2 terms. At this time, Boss Luo was curiously looking at the gorgeous woman surrounded by the snake. It was undeniable that this was a woman who revealed the temptation of primitive impulses everywhere. Cleopatra. This woman's temptation was even stronger than Lily. Hello, Miss Cleopatra. The strong temptation didn't cause any waves in Boss Luo's heart. The characteristics of the Black Soul Envoy had been determined long ago. The envoy couldn't have any overstepping on the store manager. It's a very easygoing new master. Cleopatra's smile became wider, and she even licked her lips at a very fast speed. This is much more interesting than the previous one. Miss Maid said indifferently, Cleopatra, you should be guarding the Garden of Eden. Cleopatra smiled and said, it's very safe there. Besides, the Kingdom of Holy Light is also a part of the Kingdom of Heaven. I'm not being lazy. It's none of your business here. Miss Maid said expressionlessly, the master didn't summon you. However, since you've already seen him, you can go back. Oh. Cleopatra moved closer and said with a smile, I can go back. You can already represent the master fully. Miss Maid didn't say anything, just stared at Cleopatra's eyes expressionlessly. This gorgeous woman, after a short look, quickly chuckled and said, Of course, even if it doesn't represent, I'll still obey. After all, you're the keeper of the Ark of the Covenant. Then I'll leave now. My new master, Cleopatra's everything is already yours. She slowly disappeared, bringing along her serpent with her. But before she left, she glanced at Kale Lot. The little girl inside. I'll play with you next time. In Curlet, Meshi slowly exhaled. She didn't think that the Black Soul Envoy could be so difficult to deal with. This was definitely a Black Soul of the origin level. However, Cleopatra, she didn't have any impression of this name. But this wasn't important to Meshi at this time. What was important was that he was in front of her. But unlike Renina, Meshi didn't directly open the door of the cockpit. Just like what Renina said, she had a restrained and conservative character. After all, her hands were on the control ball. It was just her fingers. Even if it was just a thought, the door of the cockpit could be opened. Kurlit moved and slowly came to Angelique's side. Your Highness, I'm sorry. The mission was blocked. I couldn't receive the Holy Light Kingdom in time. Angelique said indifferently, this mission was destined to fail, don't worry. Besides, I've already gotten something more precious than success. Meshi thought and subconsciously looked in the direction of Boss Luo. Although she restrained herself and didn't open the door, from now on, she wouldn't move her eyes away. Take one more look at him. This is the most precious encounter you have ever had. Are you okay, Your Highness? Boss Luo suddenly said. Are you leaving? In the sky, Princess Angelique, Meshi, and Renina were all silent at this time. After a while, Princess Angelique said slowly, I can't stay in this time and space for too long. I still have things to do. Besides, I still have the investigation that I promised you. Unless you force me to stay. But if you force me to stay, you have to be prepared for the battle of destiny. You should know that you want to kill me. Boss Luo seemed to be quite helpless. Actually, I prefer you to keep me. Princess Angelique sighed faintly. Boss Luo said seriously, I'll send you off. Angelique took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. I won't be satisfied with just this. I'm not that generous. Finally, the characteristic of Dark Moon is invisibility. You have to be careful of famine. Although he can't hurt you, he can definitely do something to disgust you. She was the first to leave. At the moment of leaving, her voice quietly sounded in the servant girl's ear. Partner candidate, remember what I said. Also, you're just a candidate. If you're not good, I'll pull you down. Tisk! Angelique disappeared. She left by herself. Boss Luo didn't have time to send her away. After that, it was Meshi and Renina. Next time, if you still want to come up, I'll let you come up. In Alpha, Renina whispered, I've grown up. Boss Luo just blinked. Kale Lot, on the other hand, was different. It was such a big mech, yet it saluted in a standard manner. Only then did the voice of the girl with a single ponytail come out. Then, please allow me to take my leave. Let me see you one last time. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 2352. There was no trace of their departure. Not only Princess Angelique and the other two, but even President Balam left almost at the same time. Even Lily was taken away. Boss Luo didn't stop Lily from being taken away. He had already fulfilled his promise to Lily. As the saying went, the goods and the money were cleared. The next time they met, if there was a need, the business could continue. Luaccio stood on the white cloud for some time. Actually, the problem of the Holy Light Kingdom didn't end with the departure of Angelique and the other two. Angelique was also someone who had the power to mess up fate. Her appearance here was more like an intervention after a precise calculation. Fate was guiding her actions. This encounter with her, from the moment Balam, the Great Old One, was captured by the Angel Corps and thrown into the Holy Light Kingdom, it was already considered a first. Master, can't Miss Angelique stay in this space-time? Miss Maid asked softly. She knew that Luaccio had pondered for a long time. He would hope that someone could talk to him at this moment. It's a lie that she can't stay. She just can't always appear in front of me. Boss Luo shook his head and said, This page has already explained it clearly. The original copy of the Book of Gaia in his hand slowly flipped open. It happened to be the chapter about Princess Angelique's birthday in the Holy Land page world. Miss Maid was deep in thought. When we were on the other side, Miss Angelique said, It's better to let her say it to me personally. Boss Luo shook his head. This way I can have some expectations for the next meeting. With this expectation, fate can arrange it. Then, have you made a decision? Miss Maid asked seriously. The Holy Light Kingdom, the Kingdom of Heaven. Boss Luo didn't give a direct answer. He just looked at the white cloud and suddenly asked, Yi, do you think they will be happy living here when they know that their final fate is to be sent out like food? Miss Maid said indifferently, Then don't let them know that they were happy before they disappeared. That's what they were. Originally, they had already died once when they were in the subworld. In fact, believers in the Holy Light Kingdom had already been reborn. Many excellent believers could even reincarnate and live a few more lives. Then, Boss Luo seemed to have made up his mind. He said softly, Let's do a thorough cleaning. Boss Luo put on the fox mask again. At the same time, a black windbreaker appeared on his body. He looked at Miss Maid and chuckled. Don't you think I look like a bad guy now? Phew, Legel let out a long sigh and stopped. It wasn't because the abnormality in the kingdom of heaven had subsided, but because he had been typing for too long and his leg was cramping. Finally, little Madanzo wiped her cold sweat and collapsed on the ground. Based on the calculation of hundreds of millions of believers per second, it was obviously not enough to rely on Nan Xiaonan, the false believer. Madanzo sacrificed a lot of her pitiful origin. Of course, the most important thing was the timely appearance of Michael. Without the light of the kingdom of heaven's grand monarch to illuminate the entire Holy Light Kingdom and stabilize the hundreds of millions of believers in the kingdom, Legel and Madanzo might not be able to do it. Is it over? Nan Xiaonan sat down as if she was about to collapse. She raised the binoculars again, intending to look at Miss Maid's direction. However, the camera swept back and forth in the sky for a long time, but it couldn't find Miss Maid's figure. However, the believers in the City of Freedom who were affected by the destiny system during the saints' resurrection ceremony had regained consciousness. The believers in the City of Freedom were continuously drained of their faith. At this time, most of the believers were extremely weak. However, the entire City of Freedom was paralyzed, and it was obviously impossible to rescue them. What happened just now? I don't know. I seem to have seen the saint resurrected. Saint, where is the saint? People subconsciously looked at the venue of the Holy Maiden ceremony. Those black crosses had disappeared, but the sky was still gloomy and gray. Clusters of dark clouds seemed to be dispersing, but they stopped and spread unevenly in the sky. My destiny can't open, someone cried out in alarm. Then, screams sounded one after another. People realized that the destiny system was almost paralyzed at this time. People who were already used to the destiny system's vision looked at the world strangely. It was as if the glass of the window was removed, and they could see more clearly. However, at the same time, they felt more uneasy. No one knew where this uneasiness came from. Most people couldn't understand the paralysis of the destiny system at this time. Asakes was mixed in the crowd at this time, together with K.R. Lily, Isha, and Celine. After they left the venue, they were thrown on the street. It seemed that Miss Yi disliked them. People fell into hesitation because of the paralysis of the destiny system. Asakes felt relieved at this time. If the destiny system existed, there was almost no way for him to hide his identity as a vampire. The legendary heresy of vampires was not something that could be solved by simply being exiled to a sinful place, right? He would have to be burned at the stake, right? It seems that it's not over yet. Right at this moment, Isha's cry of alarm caused Arthashis' heart to skip a beat. Look, Isha suddenly pointed in the direction of the Holy Maiden ceremony. What's that? Mr. Asakes was stunned. A guy wearing a fox mask. Boss Asakes, be careful. K.R. Lily screamed at this time. Arthashis subconsciously looked behind him, only to see that the people behind him had suddenly scattered backwards in fear. In the empty space, a man was currently howling in pain. Furthermore, he was madly tearing apart his clothes and even his skin. The man quickly tore himself into a bloody mess. Cracks appeared on his body, and within those cracks, there seemed to be a pale white yet scorching aura flowing. The terrible heat steam was now emitting from the man's body. Mr. Asakes couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the man's body began to mutate. His body split in an instant and then turned into a strange creature more than 2 meters tall. Its limbs were twisted and reversed, and there were long horns on its head like a black goat. Its nostrils were breathing out hot breath. "It's those guys in the village." Asakes couldn't help but shiver. He had seen this kind of thing. In his experience in Dong Remy village, he had encountered this kind of thing. Cries of agony rang out one after another, signifying the appearance of mutants. If it was said that peoples was uncontrollable during the saint's crucifixion ceremony, and the scene was strange and mysterious, then at this time it was terrifying and people were panicking. The mutated people unscrupulously grabbed people and tore them apart like wild beasts that hadn't eaten for a long time. "What is this?" Isha couldn't help but frown, and her voice was slightly trembling. "I can't explain it clearly." Mr. Asakes bit at this time. With his vampire strength, he easily sent a mutated person who pounced on him flying. But obviously not everyone can mutate, only some of them. "What do you want to do?" Isha hurriedly asked Asakes. This greasy middle-aged man who didn't do his job actually directly spread his sinful vampire wings and directly flew to the street. Asakes didn't answer Isha's question. Instead, he took a deep breath, and his voice pierced through the entire street. "Those who didn't mutate can hear my voice, can see me, come to me. I will provide you with protection. I'm Asakes, the owner of Rose Mansion, the last descendant of the saint's father family." They instinctively looked in the direction of the voice, and after a slight hesitation, they hurriedly rushed to Asakes. Compared to those mutants who had mutated into monsters and attacked everyone they saw, although Arthashes looked more like a vampire described in the legends like Sheena, it was still acceptable. This seemed to be the only hope they could see since they couldn't mutate. Isha looked at Asakes with a complicated expression. Since young, this guy always thought with his muscles, and it seemed that he could never learn to be smarter. "Kay, Lily, come and help." "L. Okay." The little maid from the Rose Mansion hurriedly replied. She had been embraced by Mr. Asashes and was also a vampire. It was just that she hadn't been born for a long time, so she wasn't very familiar with her powers. However, she was barely able to provide support. However, there were simply too many people who had mutated. Just relying on Arthas and Chris alone, they were unable to resist. Moreover, the tide of people who were fleeing in their direction was gradually surging violently. "Arthashes, go to my apartment." Isha shouted at the top of her lungs. Arthashes, who had just punched a mutant away, took the time to turn around. "I know you're rich, but how many people can your villa with a few hundred square meters?" Isha said, "That villa area is my property. Who asked you to use the villa as a defense? I'm talking about the entire villa area. Those high walls can be used as a defense. Do you want to rely on yourself to resist so many mutated people? At this time, organizing everyone to resist together is the most effective way." Mr. Asakes thought about his Rose Mansion that was about to close down and squeezed out a voice after a while. "How much money do you have? Don't talk nonsense." Isha quickly said, "I'll try to contact the property management of the villa area and see if I can organize the survivors as soon as possible. You go first. Don't try to save people whenever you see them. You can't save them all." "I don't think you're that hot-blooded." The door of Rose Mansion was forcefully pushed open. The effect of the anesthetic on the girl's body seemed to be fading. Obviously, the world outside of Rose Mansion was not the scenery of Dong Remy village that she was familiar with. There were many skyscrapers here, and this place was hundreds of times bigger than the village. There were some sceneries here that she had never seen before. Like a little elf, the chubby little guy was lying on the girl's shoulder at this time. The girl strenuously walked out. Her body was gradually recovering its strength. In her arms, she was holding a rusty iron sword. This was found in the Rose Mansion utility room. But at this time, a figure suddenly pounced on her. The girl instinctively dodged this sudden attack. When she saw the guy pouncing on her, the girl's eyes changed. It's the Burgundian cavalry. But when she saw the other person slowly turn around, the girl quickly had a new understanding. No, it's a guy like the Burgundian cavalry. In the village, there were people who turned into monsters like this. In this huge city, there were also people like this. She wanted to swing her sword to fight back, but the feeling of numbness in her body had not completely disappeared. The girl struggled bitterly for a few times before she was directly pressed to the ground. I'm just a fake. Is this kind of battle necessary? Even if I die, it's just that, at the moment of death, the girl was in a daze. She clearly saw the mutated gaze. At this time, a small figure blocked in front of her. It was the little elf. But such a small body could not resist the mutated enemy. The little elf was instantly sent flying, and the mutated creature once again stretched out its sharp claws to the girl. This time, the girl's eyes regained their brightness. She gritted her teeth and took the initiative to stretch out her arm, sending it into the mutated creature's mouth. The moment the sharp teeth pierced her arm, the intense pain was reduced by a lot because of the numbness in her body. The girl seized this only opportunity and used all the strength in her body to directly pierce the mutated creature's abdomen with a rusty iron sword in her hand. Both of them fell at the same time. The girl looked blankly at the gloomy sky of the free city. After a long time, the girl pushed the mutated creature away forcefully. She used the rusty iron sword to support her body and slowly climbed up. The wound on her arm was still bleeding on the iron sword. The rusty places where the blood flowed through flashed a bright light. The girl stared at the rusty sword in her hand in a daze. This sword is the same as the one I pulled out at that time. The gray-faced elf flew over unsteadily at this moment. The light from the iron sword began to circulate into the young girl Jahan's body. The wound on her arm began to heal quickly, and the numbness in her body disappeared quickly. Her physical strength was increasing crazily. She was like the time when she pulled out the divine sword. She was supported by divine power. Are you okay? The young girl let out a sigh of relief. She stretched out her hand and caught the little elf steadily. Lord me hashtag PS 2/5 end of this chapter. Chapter 2353. More than 6 hours had passed, and the City of Freedom was filled with mutated humans. The city was experiencing an unimaginable disaster. No one knew why these people mutated, and the remaining people could only instinctively resist. However, since the birth of the Holy Light Kingdom, they had never experienced such a terrifying battle. They were so weak when resisting the mutated humans. Some people sat on the streets in a daze. Some people's eyes were lifeless, as if they had lost consciousness, and their bodies were bitten by the violent mutated humans. Some people hid in a corner and clenched their fists, placing all their hopes on praying, even though the destiny system wasn't activated at all. Quick! Quick! I heard that the villa area on the hillside has a defense area. Quick! Quick! Go there! There were also some people who were unwilling to die in the hands of the mutants without any value. When the disaster came, the resistance that was deeply buried because of faith and a peaceful life quietly awakened. They didn't know what kind of feeling it was, but it was innate. They didn't need anyone to teach them. They only needed to pick up the tools that could cause harm to know how to do it. 8 hours. 12 hours. An entire day had passed. Still can't restart the destiny system, Legel? After the incident, Madanzo and Legel stayed in a residential building for a whole day. They imagined that the mutation of the believers was related to the shutdown of the destiny system. Kill the mutated humans one by one? This would take too long. There were hundreds of millions of believers in the Holy Light Kingdom, and if they wanted to eliminate the mutated humans in a short period of time, they would have to launch a large-scale, destructive attack at all costs or directly open the Holy Light Kingdom to the Angel Legion. The Angel Legion in the Kingdom of Heaven could be as many as they wanted, and those low-level angels were born with willpower, and there were hundreds of millions of them. If they summoned the Angel Legion, they would be able to eliminate the mutated humans in a short period of time. Originally, Medanzo and Ligel wanted to summon the Angel Legion, and they immediately contacted Michael and asked this archangel to give orders to the Angel Legion. However, they didn't expect that Holy Light Dodu had completely shut down. "No, we've tried everything. Unless we can get the final key from Joan of Arc." Ligel shook his head dejectedly. "Whether or not we can get it is another matter. Finding her now is also a problem." Little Medanzo's pacifier was about to break from biting it. He stared at Nan Xiaonan with his dead fish eyes. "I suspect that boss is behind this, but I don't have any evidence." "Ah, the great Medanzo. If you don't have any evidence, what are you talking about?" "Ah, Medanzo, you are light. You are electricity. You are the only idiot. I love you. Love you to death. You mother asterisk her." Medanzo could not help but feel a headache. Then she looked at the sofa beside her. At this moment, there was a mutant lying on the sofa. This mutant was the owner of this house. At this moment, he had completely lost consciousness. If he wanted to solve the problem of mutation, he had to first understand the cause of mutation. If he couldn't do it through the destiny system, then he had to do it through the mutation's body. "There's news about Michael." Ligel was slightly happy at this moment. "He is organizing a temporary army to clean up the mutants. They should be able to reach the Free City soon." Medanzo could not help but frown. She subconsciously said, "How can there be a regular army in the Holy Light Kingdom?" Ligel bitterly smiled. "Michael is bestowing his power. He is crazily bestowing his power to the believers of the Blazing Sky City. Although there is no way to reach the level of a regular angel army, it is enough to deal with the mutants." Medanzo subconsciously asked, "How much is the temporary army?" 1,000,000. Ligel took a deep breath and said, "And the number is still increasing. 1,000,000. Medanzo jumped up in disbelief. "That guy doesn't want to live anymore. How can he recover from such a loss? It can't be helped." Ligel sighed. "It's not only the Free City that has mutants. The entire Holy Light Kingdom has mutated on a large scale. Even if there is a temporary army of 1,000,000, it is still not enough for the 7 capitals." Medanzo shook her head. "It's not that it's not enough. Although these mutants are crazy, they are not strong. There is no need for 1,000,000. Even if there are 100,000 with divine power, we can still clean them up. It's just that there is not enough time. In just a moment, more people will die in the hands of the mutants." Ligel said faintly, "Yes, there is indeed not enough time. No matter how many troops there is still not enough time." After saying that, Lacour heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. "What are you going to do?" Medanzo slightly frowned. "The destiny system can't be restarted," Ligel said seriously. "I've already wasted an entire day on the destiny system." "Do you also want to?" Ligel smiled faintly. "Metatron, why can't I do what Michael can do? I am also a blazing angel of the Holy Light Kingdom. I may not be able to do 1,000,000 divine power, but I can still do 100 to 200,000. After saying that, the owner of the Second Day Palace opened her wings and appeared outside the building. Medanzo opened her mouth slightly and silently looked at Ligel's shadow. "If I can also have a believer!" Nan Xiaonan could not help but blink at this time. "Is it my fault?" Suddenly, Medanzo sighed and stared at Nan Xiaonan. "Newcomer. I know. I have already put in a lot of effort." Nan Xiaonan subconsciously said, "Ah, Medanzo, I praise you." "You are. My consciousness is going to dive into the depths of the destiny system." Medanzo suddenly interrupted her and then smiled slightly. "The next time we meet, I may be Metatron. You are willing." Nan Xiaonan could not help but be silent. She did not know if others could understand Medanzo's feelings at this time, but she knew that she was also another will that was independent from the main body. Originally, there should not be any thoughts of independence, but the longer the separation from the main body, the separated body would naturally produce a new personality. Madanzo had experienced too many things in the Book of Gaia. At this time, she probably no longer just wanted to enter the Book of Gaia, casually to take a look. Even her thoughts were different from Metatron's. "What are you talking about?" Madanzo smiled faintly. "There is only opportunity when there is danger. Maybe this time I can gain a large wave of faith, and then the king will return and destroy the world." Nan Xiaonan said in a bad mood, "My boss is afraid that you will die from a slap." "If he wanted to slap me, he would have done it long ago." Madanzo shook her head. "Well, you don't have to pray anymore. Fake believer, you are free." Nan Xiaonan saw with her own eyes that little Madanzo disappeared in front of her at this time. "She left just like that." She whispered something in a low voice. After a while, Nan Xiaonan kicked the mutant on the sofa away. She collapsed on the sofa and looked at the ceiling blankly. It was chaotic outside. The whole free city was chaotic, like a city of crime full of thugs. Suddenly, Nan Xiaonan reached into her pocket and took out a booklet. This was given by little Madanzo, and it was full of praise quotes. Madanzo didn't think about how much faith Nan Xiaonan could provide, so she didn't bother to write a prayer and just gave these praises. Anyway, she just recited them. Nan Xiaonan was an immortal soul with an unusually rich experience, and her soul power was extraordinarily high. Even if the praises were a bit perfunctory, it still had some effect. Her. How did you come up with such a narcissistic him? It's not disgusting. Nan Xiaonan muttered and scratched her head in annoyance. I don't care. I will only recite it once. With that, Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath. She put the booklet on the table and spread it flat. Then she put her hands together and half knelt on the ground. Don't die. Senior. Free city in the villa area halfway up the mountain. In just one day, people used wooden planks and doors to reinforce the outer walls of the villa area and organized a patrol team. All of this was thanks to Isha's family's huge manpower and financial resources. Why does this villa area feel like there are so many unnecessary defensive facilities? Asix was currently wandering around the periphery of the villa area, constantly blocking the invading mutants and helping the normal people who came to seek shelter to open a path. Not only him, Isha and Kay or Lily were also doing the same. Unlike him and Kay or Lily who were wandering on the ground, Isha directly activated a helicopter. She sat in the helicopter and carried a 98K. This is the main building area that has not fallen for hundreds of years. Isn't it normal to have some defensive facilities? Isha calmly replied. That's not normal, right? Asix couldn't help but complain. Forget about the defensive facilities in the villa area. What's with these weapons? If you secretly possess firearms, you will be sent to the fire execution platform, okay. Don't talk nonsense. There's a group of survivors coming from 3 o'clock. I'll cover you. Go pick them up. Asash's eyes flashed red. He gritted his teeth, spread his wings, and quickly rushed in the direction of the survivors. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Asix, this is not the time for you to be hungry. Greasy, Rose Countess muttered at this time. Asix, have you forgotten? You're a real man who can endure for 3 days with a packet of instant noodles. This little bit of hunger is nothing. Hold on a little longer. Saint, before I degenerate into a demon, please let me save more people. Freedom City, Holy Maiden Conference Hall on the Dome. Boss Luo was watching the spread of the flames of war. Not only Freedom City, but the entire Holy Light Kingdom was facing the same situation. A screen appeared in front of him. There were 2 columns of data. One column was the number of mutants, and the other column was the number of non-mutants. The number of mutants on both sides was decreasing rapidly. Boss Luo seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, his finger lightly swiped on the screen. Then, the third column of data appeared on the screen. The number was changing. The number of non-mutants decreased. The third column of data would increase by that amount. The total number of mutants was unchanged. Perhaps this is the cruelest thing. Boss Luo said softly, "Everything between life and death, to me, is as simple as a game of addition and subtraction." There was only one listener here, Miss Servant Girl. She gently placed her palm on the back of Boss Luo's hand. "Actually, let me do it." Luocio shook his head and said, "I have to experience it myself. In the past, I was afraid that I couldn't bear it. Now I realize that it's not as difficult as I imagined. I don't even feel it at all." Miss Servant Girl seemed to want to say something. Boss Luo suddenly said, "There are many places like the Kingdom of Heaven." "Master," Boss Luo smiled and said, "do you think that I will become a butcher?" Demon King sounds better." Miss Servant Girl just grabbed his hand and placed it on her cheek. She closed her eyes and gently rubbed his palm. "If you are the Demon King, then I will become your witch." "What about the Demon King?" Luocio looked at the sky and muttered to himself. "Then, do something that only the Demon King would do. Do you want to see him?" Miss Servant Girl opened her eyes subconsciously. "I'll bring him here." Boss Luo chuckled. "After all, we have to ask for the customer's opinion, right?" The sound of fingers snapping was heard. On top of the dome of the Holy Maiden ceremony, a handsome man with a bushy beard suddenly appeared. He was dressed in a coarse linen robe. The man closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. The moment the man opened his eyes, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. However, when the man saw a person wearing a fox mask appear in front of him, he seemed to have understood everything. Boss Luo walked to the man. "I'm sorry to invite you here. Don't worry, I'll send you back to where you came from." The man was silent for a while before he slowly said, "I'm with your ex-husband right now." He might be shocked, but he might not be. Boss Luo asked curiously, "What are you doing?" He said he's waiting for someone." Boss Luo thought for a while before explaining your intention. "Can you answer my question?" Him looked at Miss Servant Girl, who was half a step behind Boss Luo, thought for a while and said, "I didn't mean to kill Medellin, but I knew it would happen. As for handing you over, it was my idea." Miss Servant Girl's shoulders trembled slightly, but she still maintained the most basic smile on her face. Him said again, "But before I gave the order, it was your ex-husband who wanted to take you away. He almost wouldn't do such a thing, but that time it was really beyond my expectation." "Why?" Miss Servant Girl asked in a low voice. Him shook his head. "I asked him this question, and the answer he gave wasn't very ideal. He just said that this was what Nero said. I'm also very curious about who Nero is." Nero. End of chapter.